So, we led with Brad Pitt yesterday. We'll do it again today. Obviously, finalized the nearly decade-long divorce from Angelina Jolie, and he was reportedly influenced by his girlfriend, Inez de Ramon, to wrap things up. Inez had apparently encouraged him to move forward for the sake of their future together.
Wrap it up, jerk off. I'm tired of this.
A source said Inez wants to have a life together with possibly children in the future.
Oh, yeah.
Without the albatross that was their 8-year War of the Roses. That's according to this source.
But maybe I could see that having influence over his decision. Yeah. At a certain point, by just simple erosion, don't you just get sick of dealing with this year in and year out?
I would think so. And definitely sick of paying for it.
Yeah.
While the divorce papers have been signed, the legal battle over the French winery, Chateau Miraval, is still ongoing. Another source said Inez is a positive influence on Brad. She has a really good perspective on things. It's sad how this whole thing has played out, but at least this is progress in the right direction.
So I can't even imagine, first off, there's not a universe I can imagine getting divorced from Claire and my wife, but having to fight over our vineyard, that adds a whole other
That's just
level.
You don't
of
even want to
pain.
consider that nightmare. Come on, man. What's holding you guys up?
It's our vineyard.
Oh,
you know.
Same old story.
Oh, God. Let me tell you about my vineyard.
I want a vineyard.
Everyone wants.
I don't want to do anything with it.
No.
I don't want to run
You just
it.
want to say
I just want to
one.
say I have a vineyard for crying out
How
loud.
many plants does it take to
be
constitute
considered
a vineyard?
One.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, right.
As long as it's vine.
Right.
On a vine.
I mean, really, it's a vine yard.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
When I moved into our house, there were a couple of vines going on the side of the
There
house.
you go. You got a
I had a
vineyard.
vineyard.
Steve has a vineyard.
Yeah.
I was watching Rochelle and I were watching. We got stuck on HGTV over the weekend, and the show where the millionaires come and then they buy a new house with David, the tattooed gay guy who is just the greatest person in the world.
Yeah.
One of the houses they bought had a vineyard, but it was like 3 plants.
Yeah.
in boxes, and they called it a vineyard.
Well, then maybe
so
you could have a vineyard.
you could do that.
Yeah.
All right. So actress Sophia Bush and former husband Grant Hughes have settled their divorce. Bush, who filed for divorce in August
I
of
don't have Bush.
2023, and Hughes came to a settlement on Monday. In a since-deleted Instagram post on the couple's first anniversary, Bush posted to Instagram, "Today marks 365 days of calling you husband. Best decision of my life. It still feels like this. Ecstatic. Running toward the future. Grinning and laughing together. I love you. My favorite. Happy anniversary." Well, just weeks later, she filed for divorce.
Oh, my God.
I know that, dude.
She filed for divorce right after that. So,
We've got Bush.
thank you.
We've got Bush.
That's why I would always, it's like that rush to get the tattoo, to get whatever. Let it breathe. I know you're confident that the relationship is going to stand the test of time, but just wait it out a little bit.
Boy, she was really laying it on thick in that,
Crazy.
though.
I'll run to you in the basking in the light of the glow of the love of the
Ecstatic.
thing.
Running toward the future, grinning and laughing together. I love you, my favorite.
The world is ours.
So weeks later, she filed for divorce. 2 months after
I
that,
hate your guts.
2 months after that, she was dating women's soccer player Ashlyn Harris.
Okay.
And then they went public last month. So
You know what?
maybe she just falls in love all the time.
Turns out I like the beef.
Yeah, well, she's got Bush.
Yeah, she's got Bush.
She has got Bush.
We've
two
got
Bushes.
Bush. We've
She's got-
Bush.
She's got a bushard, like a vineyard.
Let's see. What else do I have here? All right. This was good news. Chloe Grace Moretz has apparently confirmed that she is engaged to girlfriend Kate Harrison.
She's a former online Playboy model.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Kate Harrison is?
She did well, yeah.
In a carousel of photos, Moretz posted on Instagram one of the pictures showing her and Harrison at the beach holding hands and showing off their rings. While this seemingly confirms the couple are headed down the aisle at some point, rumors started back in June when Moretz had posted a picture on Instagram where she was seen sporting a ring on that finger, and the couple were first seen together back in 2019.
I wonder if she's consciously pulled away from acting a bit because Kick-Ass and Kick-Ass 2 on back-to-back. She's a really good actress. She's terrific in those
Has she
movies.
not been doing
I haven't
much
seen her
lately?
in a lot.
She was in that one movie where the older woman holds her hostage in the house.
yes.
Which was really
That was pretty cool.
creepy and interesting. Yeah. The Real Housewives, New Jersey. I don't usually
Love it.
report on them much, but star Jennifer Aiden is getting called out by the internet for some job and age shaming she did while in line at Jersey Mike's, at a Jersey Mike's location. So the reality star did not only call out the older woman behind the counter waiting on customers, but also got into it with a man in line as well, at one point declaring, "I am an effing celebrity, you a-hole."
Oh, no.
Fans jumped into the comments, calling out Aiden for entitled Karen-like behavior, with one saying, "Imagine making fun of a poor woman just trying to do her job during the busiest time of the year, and to make it worse, age shame her, unreal." So she was going at it. Come on.
But you know what? The thing is, though, by doing that, that simply bolsters what they're doing. They're supposed to be self-involved
and snobby.
Jagoffs, yeah.
Yeah. So, but when you're doing it, when you're being snotty to, a blue collar worker in person, then that's maybe taking it one step too far for
at a Jersey Mike's.
The people that watch those types of shows. All right, the clock is ticking on Tom Holland's movie career, if the actor is to be believed. In an interview in Men's Health, Holland said that once his kids enter the picture for him, he's done with Hollywood. I don't believe it. No. Believe that. No. He said, "When I have kids, you will not see me in movies anymore." He added
TV.
Yeah, right.
All he's going to do, though, is play golf and be a dad. He's actually a very good golfer.
Is he?
He's a low handicap golfer. I've seen him at the
The Pebble Beach one?
No. It wasn't the Pro-Am. He was at the Ryder Cup. And he got to get out and play with some of the guys. And he's the real deal. He can play golf very well. He said, "Golf and dad, and I will just disappear off the face of the earth." He has been dating Zendaya since 2021, although there's no indication that the two are planning on starting a family anytime soon.
I'd like to see that happen. I don't know why, but I like them both.
I like them together, yeah. So the Golden Globes are this weekend. They are set to air on Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Nikki Glaser is hosting. The show is going to be available to view on CBS and on Paramount+. Amelia Perez leads the film nominees with 10 nods in all. The Brutalist follows with 7 nods, and Conclave grabs the third most nominations with 6. Has anybody seen Conclave yet?
I've heard it's really good.
I've almost watched it, but balked and moved on to something else.
Same with me. The Brutalist is like 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Wow.
It is like epic.
Oh, you know what we watched instead of the Conclave? Rochelle and I were trying to decide what to watch. Was the Tom Holland movie? Or no, is it Tom Holland? Yeah. Carry On.
No.
Taron Egerton.
Taron Egerton. I'm sorry. Yeah.
How was it?
It was good.
Was it good?
I actually
they
liked
say
it.
on the Netflix level, it's better than most Netflix movies.
So that's why I was hesitant. I'm like, I heard it's kind of got that Netflix movie reputation that's pretty good. Okay. It was
bad?
It was a little better than that.
How was Jason Bateman as the villain?
Fan-freaking-tastic.
All right.
My God, he is so good.
All right. I'm going to check it out then.
It's worth a watch.
In case you thought it was okay, right?
Yeah.
There are a couple things that are like, oh, really?
Yeah.
Screw you, buddy.
I talked about it
Screw
on
you,
the
Melon.
show, sitting right next to you.
I know,
talked
and
about
that's why I almost didn't watch it.
Yeah, just listen, man. There's gunshots and like there's no police at the airport and like I don't know. There was just a lot of things.
I didn't mind it. It was a movie, and I feel like we have this conversation all the time. Even with Shrinking yesterday, you were like, "Well, everything is so perfectly timed." Well, like for me, no kidding. It's a TV show. That's why I like it. That's why I laugh. And the same thing with the movie. Yes, gunshots are fired in an airport and nobody heard it. And nothing was done. I get what you're saying, but I actually thought it was a decent movie.
So there is a phrase, check your brain at the door. So either you go and buy into it or you don't. Sometimes you don't. I get it. You're going to be a little bit more critical. If they're giving me enough, I'm on board.
Yeah.
Just don't. One thing they can't do is violate their own plot conceit. Like do something completely from left field that pisses me off.
It's funny where we draw lines on realism, though. Like Avengers, superheroes, that's totally fine. But if something about the time travel involved with the superheroes throws us off, we're like, well, this is totally unbelievable.
It's not real.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you do get a peek of like the luggage, like what happens when it goes through. And I'm like, is that real? Is that really what it looks like back there?
I know.
I always wanted to go into that.
So a bunch of celebs just got announced as award presenters and will as well ahead of the big day. The list for Sunday's show includes Andrew Garfield, Andy Taylor-Joy, Catherine O'Hara, Glenn Close, Kerry Washington, Nicolas Cage, Seth Rogen, and Zoe Kravitz. So I'm just going to give you the biggies.
Yeah.
Best Motion Picture Drama, The Brutalist, Complete Unknown, Conclave, Dune Part 2, Nickel Boys, and September 5. Best Motion Picture Musical or Comedy, Anora, Challengers, Amelia Perez, A Real Pain, The Substance, and Wicked. Best Motion Picture Animated, Flow, Inside Out 2, Memoir of a Snail, Moana 2, Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Must Foul, and The Wild Robot. And Cinematic Box Office Achievement, Alien Romulus, Beetlejuice, Deadpool and Wolverine, Gladiator 2, Inside Out 2, Twisters, Wicked, and The Wild Robot. In television, the big nominations were for Best Television Series Drama, Day of the Jackal, The Diplomat, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Shogun, Slow Horses, and Squid Game. Best Television Series Musical Comedy, Abbott Elementary, The Bear, The Gentleman, Hacks, Nobody Wants This, and Only Murders in the Building.
I mean, honestly, the Bear just cracks me up that they keep submitting that in the comedy category.
Mm-hmm. And then the last one is Best Television Limited Series, Anthology Series, or Motion Picture Made for Television. Baby Reindeer, Disclaimer, Monsters, The Lyle and Eric Menendez Story, The Penguin, of which we're going to have the composer on, Mick Giacchino, later this morning, Ripley, and True Detective Night Country. So those are all in the Golden Globes on Sunday. Let's see. Got a couple other things I can mention. Bill Cosby.
That's right.
Now has 2 Manhattan townhouses facing foreclosures.
The hell's going on?
Cosby allegedly defaulted on a mortgage for his 12,000 square foot Upper East Side house after not making payments since June.
Kathy, your brother's a realtor, right?
Yeah, maybe he could help him out.
The complaint alleges that Cosby and his wife Camille owe First Foundation Bank more than $16 million.
It's funny because I was thinking about this. I was reading the story. There was a time when, he was just making bank all of the time.
Yeah.
The wealthiest man on television.
Yeah. The couple used their 6-story property, which they purchased in 1987, as their primary residence. The building is not occupied now. It's not occupied by the owners. Earlier in December, City Mortgage filed a lawsuit against Cosby for defaulting on a $4.5 million mortgage from another Upper East Side townhouse. They said in court records that the couple owes $3.68 million on the mortgage's principal plus interest. The new default is for a large house and a large loan 10 blocks south. The overall principal on the loan was $17.5 million after First Foundation refinanced an existing mortgage in 2014, according to court records, and the current monthly payment is over $125,000 per month.
Do you think the ship has sailed on a new Cosby show where he plays Huxtable?
Maybe it has sailed, yeah. The bank says Cosby stopped making payments in June. This is not the first time they defaulted on this mortgage, according to the letter. The couple missed payments in 2023, but paid more than $500,000 that October to cover back payments.
Listen, Theo, do you have an extra room at the house?
I don't know what they're going to do in regards to that. Let me see. A couple other things to mention. The new trailer for Flight Risk, which is a new thriller directed by birthday boy Mel Gibson, features Mark Wahlberg as a balding hitman and Michael Dockery as an FBI agent clashing on a small plane over Alaska.
So I watched it. Any reason why Wahlberg's balding in it? Because it's really prominent in the trailer. And you're like, wait, why is Mark Wahlberg bald?
Really?
So this trailer came out a while ago, and I guess now it's finally being released.
There's a new one that came out yesterday.
Okay.
Steve, an updated one or whatever, a newer one.
Nick, I guess it's just, I don't know, maybe to differentiate. He's supposed to look more sinister, more mean. He's
and
playing
bald
bad
people
guy.
are sinister.
Right.
Well, I don't know. It's just to differentiate what you've seen of him in the past. Make him look completely different.
No, he's playing the one. He is this guy that they're transporting, and it appears to take place entirely on this flight.
So his character is on a mission to kill a government witness, played by Topher Grace, while Dockery's agent is determined to protect him. And, of course, it's a departure from Wahlberg's typical heroic roles and sees him go a bit darker than normal. Flight Risk will hit theaters on the 24th.
I think they do the smart thing in transporting the guy that the one guy wants to kill and that guy on the same flight.
So smart.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what the scenario is, so I don't know how he ends up on there. The Kardashians are back. Hulu has dropped the teaser trailer for season 6 of the reality show, The Kardashians, along with the premiere date. Season 6's story is with uncertain futures and their past returning to haunt them. Kourtney, Kim, Khloe, Kendall, Kylie, and Kris
Oh
Christ.
my gosh, they're so cute.
will have to rely on each other as they navigate their roles as moms and businesswomen to overcome the obstacles that come with their increasingly complicated lives.
I think the time has come to nuke the planet from orbit. At this point, the thing is what happens is since they're such a high-profile family, we know everything that's happened. This now just simply becomes a chronicling of what happened. I know that the ratings are lower now, finally, for the show, because what more can you do unless you actually do like a snuff film, and unless there's something huge. I don't see what the draw is.
What do you guys think some of the big obstacles they have to overcome are?
Birthday parties are one.
Please.
Yeah.
Don't even get me started. They have such a reputation. I mean, how can you? The pressure.
I stuck my fingernail in my eye while eating popcorn.
Yeah, Steve, I mean, like for lack of a better phrase, like people just like these characters.
Yeah.
And so they tune in.
Characters.
They are, and they tune in, year out for the same reason that people watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Like you grow attached to these people and their storylines, and it's not, I don't think, for any of us in this room, but that's why people come back year after year.
I do hear that there's a point in which Kourtney and Kim sit down and actually reenact the Russian roulette sequence from The Deer Hunter.
All right.
So that might be interesting.
That's compelling.
So the Kardashian returns February 6th, by the way. Meghan Markle is coming in hot in 2025. Just days after relaunching her Instagram account, Netflix has released the first trailer for Markle's new series, With Love, Meghan.
Markle.
The 8-part series will feature appearances by Mindy Kaling, Alice Walters, Roy Choi, is that correct? And more, along with Markle's husband, Prince Harry, and will center on Markle's attempts to reimagine the genre of lifestyle programming.
No, she doesn't. It's a lot of this. Put a little of lemon in this. Oh, I love lemon and stuff like that. It just gives it such a wonderful aftertaste. It is, Kathy. It's Martha Stewart wannabe.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay.
It's way she little arts and crafts, mostly kitchen stuff, but that's what it is.
So
The girl's just hanging out.
series debuts on January 15th.
Again, if they were to do something like the Russian roulette sequence in Deer Hunter,
Yeah.
now people would watch.
All right, then one last thing. CNN has announced that its comedic take on the news, Have I Got News for You, is coming back for a second season. The show stars Roy Wood Jr., Amber Ruffin, and Michael Ian Black, along with a rotating collection of guests who are put through a series of comic games and panel conversations that test their knowledge of current events. Will return on Saturday, February 15th, and that's on at 9 p.m. All right, we got movies opening. All right, The Damned is a horror film starring Odessa Young, Joe Cole, and Louis Gribben. Eva, a 19th century widow, is tasked with making an impossible choice when in the middle of an especially cruel winter, a ship sinks off the coast of her isolated fishing post. Eva and her crew must choose to either rescue the shipwrecked or survive the winter with their last remaining food. Facing the consequences of their choice and tormented by their guilt, the inhibitions wrestle with the inhabitants wrestle with a mounting sense of dread and begin to believe that they are all being punished for their choices. It's an hour and 29 minutes long. It's rated R. It's a limited theater release, and it racks up an 82% score at Rotten Tomatoes. Also opening is The Monster Beneath Us. It's a horror and thriller film starring Becca Hirani, Nicola Wright, and Jennifer Lynn. A woman doesn't take much notice when her young son mentions that he has a new friend who lives in the basement of their country estate.
This guy.
Their country estate. He can't find his jam.
I'm looking for my jam.
However, as the boy spends
The basement's fine.
more time in the dark, cold space under the house, her concern begins to turn to fear. Hour and 43 minutes long, rated R, limited theater release, no score as of yet. All right, and now we're ready to play the clips. Better Man tells the life story of pop singer Robbie Williams, but he's portrayed as a CGI animated chimpanzee. And here the British pop singer talks about the person playing him on screen.
It's a very bizarre link that you have with somebody that played you, but he is a very nice person and really, really talented. And I came out of the 9th screening that I was at going, I think I love John O'Davis. Yeah. And he plays me. That's weird. This is all levels of weird and narcissistic and, just odd.
What the And the CGI is like the Planet of the Apes level of CGI. It looks like a real chimpanzee that's performing on
I've always liked Robbie Williams. I like a lot of his music, and seeing him perform in different things, he's really good. But this is sort of a self-deprecating thing, and apparently, like early on in his career, he was pretty miserable to be around.
Oh, really?
And he says, well, that's what I was. So you need to depict the way I was if we're doing it, which is pretty candid.
Better Man is in theaters now. Here's our next clip. Marvel's What If? The animated series explores alternate timelines in the multiverse and what would happen if major plot moments occurred differently. And here, Isaac Robinson Smith, who voices Brick, talks about joining the MCU.
Being in the same cast list as like Samuel L. Jackson and Jeffrey Wright and all these people that are heroes of mine, I was like, this is the coolest ever. I definitely took a million screen captures of that when it premiered on the air.
Could you shut up?
Marvel's What If is streaming now on Disney Plus.
I'm sorry, who's Brick? I can't remember what Brick is.
Don't remember Brick.
Okay.
Don't either.
No.
Yep. All right, and there you go. Your entertainment report for today, gang. Sun's coming up, looking pretty. We do have snow that is expected to arrive later on this afternoon. We're going to start off with some sun and clouds, and then it just turns to clouds, and then it turns to snow. They're calling for 1 to 3 inches, somewhere in that range, through the evening, and then Monday another round. So we'll see how that plays out. I was reading it's mainly going to the paved area should be okay. It's where it's going to really stick is obviously on the grass.
A lawn coating, is that what they call it?
Yeah,
grassy coating.
A grassy coating.
grassy coating.
Grassy coating. That's a stripper name. Ladies and gentlemen on the center pole, grassy coating.
Bet she's got a nice bush.
Oh, it's trimmed.
Grassy coating.
And that, she doesn't have a grass catcher, she has an ass catcher.
We've got Bush. We've got Bush.
Are there any strip clubs that play this anymore? Right?
The song is called The Stripper.
Yeah, I know.
I have a feeling it really probably doesn't happen much, Steve. But wouldn't that be great, though?
It'd be nostalgic, right?
You go to Club Risque.
Oh, my God. Wow.
All of a sudden, this classic stripper music comes out, and everybody gets into nostalgia mode.
The light comes out from behind the curtain.
Well, listen, Friday morning, why don't you hang out for a spell? We're going to take a quick break, grab some coffee. We'll come back in a second, and we shall chat. So stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Instruments made out of wood, like the althorn, the cornet, the serpent, and the didgeridoo.
I know what the serpent is, but I've never heard
Coronets are made out of?
But
cornet. I don't know that one, Steve.
I don't think it's a coronet. I think, it's a cornet. It looks like something.
Never heard of that.
And they were also text coming through that said that a lot of high school marching band instruments now are made out of plastic, which is way cheaper.
Tickles.
Yeah, I would have been.
That Notre Dame?
Let's hear Run Around Sue, everybody.
really playing anything.
Sure you are. I would imagine like maybe clarinets and things like that are made out of a plastic. My recorder is made out of a
There you go.
Yeah.
That's made out of ivory from
No, it's
illegally poached elephants.
Right. And a one and a two and a... Hey!
They don't have drums, they just have hands.
How do you make
line.
Now, Preston, are the drums made out of brass?
The drum shells are made out of wood usually, but they have a metal
detector.
No. Believe we are ready. Is everyone prepared for the ritual?
Yes.
We are.
Let us begin.
Welcome, all here today who seek rebirth, to this most sacred celestial event, the solar eclipse. In attendance today are the Council of Elders, being the overlords and lawgivers. They are myself, High Priest Steve, High Priest Preston, High Priest Casey, High Priest Nick, High Priestess Kathy, and High Priestess Marissa. Hi. And as it was in the ancient times and as decreed by the sacred book, we are joined by semi-naked, semi-virgins, provided by Coven Club Risque. Council of Elders, please provide the proper responses as I read from the sacred text. O mighty Son, known to the ancient Romans as Sol, you are so big.
You are so big.
You are so bright.
You are so bright.
You are very hot.
You are very hot.
Crazy hot.
Crazy hot.
I would not touch you.
I would not touch you.
I'm not stupid.
I'm not stupid.
And although you appear close to us, you are very, very far away. Now, High Priest Preston, would you please join me on my side of the altar where the one microphone with reverb is, and prepare us for the cleansing ritual.
As it was in the time before time, the cleansing ritual was meant to appease the sun during its time of eclipse, to offer unto it something so stupid, so pathetic, that it would never be able to bring itself to destroy us. In a moment, the Council of Elders and the semi-naked, semi-virgins will surround the Well of Rebirth, which in many ways resembles the toilet we used for St. Patrick's Day. At this time, the chant of the Ancient One shall be performed, and a baby will be brought forth and bathed in the purifying waters. In many ways, this baby will resemble the doll that High Priest Steve accidentally purchased off of Amazon in the time of darkness. Let us begin to begin again.
And so we have gathered at the Well of Rebirth, as it was done in the dark time of the ancient time, before time, in accordance with hammer time. We begin the chant of the Ancient Ones. She'll be coming around the mountain
When she comes,
She'll be coming around the mountain
when she comes,
She'll be coming around the mountain
she'll be coming around the mountain.
She'll be coming around the mountain.
When she comes.
High Priestess Kathy, will you now come forward and place the baby in the Well of Rebirth?
Bricka bracka firecracker zis boom ba. Solar eclipse. Solar eclipse.
It is done!
Oh, I feel like I'm born anew. Do you feel it?
I feel cleansed and rebirthed, Steve.
I feel burnt and a little constipated, but I still feel great. I liked how our semi-virgin started to burst into dance.
Yes, it was wonderful. At the last moment, at the completion, we had dancing here in the studio. All of us wearing our robes, our cultish robes.
I was impressed, honestly.
It was great. I feel ready.
You were very good, Kathy.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Oh my God! All right, so it is, hopefully you joined along at our along in the office, dressed as a druid for our special druid cleansing ritual. This is a Kathy-centric conversation. We just wanted to point out the fact that it's her birthday today. And we've got a special birthday present for you, Kathy. If everybody is ready, we're gonna get something special in here for you, Kathy. Remember how you said you wanted to just not even acknowledge that it was your birthday today and keep things kind of quiet? Kathy, we'd like you to meet Chuck E. Cheese. Oh my God! We actually brought Chuck E. Cheese in for Kathy's birthday.
Getting Chuck E. Cheese tickets thrown at
By the
me.
way, this is TV commercial Chuck E. Cheese.
That's right.
Really?
Yeah.
This is
the one, the TV
Chuck E. Cheese. Here you go, Kathy. We have a medal for you.
Oh,
We have a special sippy cup for you. That is
look at
correct.
this. Kathy, a party pack.
Party pack.
Mazes, balloons,
Glasses,
whistles,
slinky,
a specula,
a Twizzler.
yeah, very
A
nice.
specula.
I don't know, it looked like it.
Oh my
And now we have also,
Did Pancake have anything to do with this?
no, well, maybe.
We can't reveal our secrets.
Oh, all right, okay, sorry. Oh, Pancake's here.
Crown.
We have a crown that she's going to put on. Chucky is actually bowing down to Kathy because it is her birthday today. She is the birthday girl.
And who made the cake? You guys put all my favorite things on the cake.
Casey had the cake made.
Here, put it in front of Kathy so
right.
she can look at everything. And
Okay.
And tell us what all you
Darth
see.
Vader,
Yep.
space, boogies, ew, possums, seagulls, camping, Star Trek,
Yeah.
a disgusting injury on the foot,
an open wound.
an open wounds, comics, and I know it's Sarah. Oh, because she's my number one.
Yeah.
Number one on my
This
list.
is your cake of hate.
Wait,
It's a
there's-
hate cake.
And look just to the bottom right-hand corner of Sarah
Did I
Jessica
miss one?
Parker. What's that? Just
Oh,
a
butthole.
butthole.
This is your cake, your hate cake.
Yes.
I'm just glad you got my age right on it.
Yeah.
Thank you. 29.
Died laughing.
I'm just thrilled we have Chuck E. Cheese in
We
the
actually
studio.
have the real Chuck E. Cheese. Now, we have to do something, which is apparently it's the Chuck E. Cheese promise,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
Here we go. You ready? This is the Chuck E. Cheese promise. Here it is.
Our birthday stars must perform the Chuck E. Cheese Party Promise. Now raise your hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I state your name.
Very funny. Do hereby promise. To being the star of my birthday at Chuck E. Cheese.
To be
My star, church.
I will have fun, play games, win tickets, and party hard.
I will have fun, win tickets, party hardy, play hard.
And in other words, have the best day of my life.
In other words, have the best day of my life.
I promise to laugh, smile, sing, dance, clap, jump, hug, high five, and be silly for the rest of the day and not let anything get me down. And if I frown, I will legally change my name to Dr. Droopyface and move away to a cabin in the mountains where I will operate an ostrich farm and sing songs about cats from outer space. Okay.
He got us.
You don't have to repeat that last part. Just say, let's party!
Let's party!
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you today's official Chuck E. Cheese's birthday stars!
Kathy Romano.
Kathy, do you want to do the dance with Chuck E. Cheese?
Okay, what's the dance?
Well, you just have
Yeah,
to follow
please.
him. That's all.
All right, is there music that we play with this?
Yep, this is it right here.
All right, so here we go with the music now.
Put your hands in the air as you jump up and down.
Okay.
Then you bob side to side, then you turn around. Then give yourself
They're doing everything you hear the song says to do, so.
Just give yourself a high five.
Clapping hands.
Then you step really high and stomp your feet on the ground. And you wiggle like a worm, wiggle all over town. Then give yourself a high five. It's amazing. Give yourself a high five.
She's doing it.
We do the happy dance for whoever it pleases.
Thank you very much, Kat. There's something we're going to get into in a moment, but first I just want to share a little anecdote with you guys because I just want to share this story with you. Rochelle and I went to our veterinarian, Harleysville, the other day to pick up some dog food. We have to get some special dog food because our dogs have pancreatitis issues. And
right.
So we go and we get this really expensive dog food. And
it is expensive.
It is expensive.
If you're getting like special dog food, it is expensive.
So we get 2 cases of this canned dog food. And then a very large bag, I'm showing you about this big, guys, with my arms, of dry dog food. And so the tech brings it out, and Rochelle's paying for it, and I grab everything, and I'm holding it, and it's heavy. So I'm holding on to all this stuff. And there's a guy standing there he's got a dog on a leash. You know, there's several dogs in the waiting room. And this is like a juvenile dog that's in like a hunting breed, so a very spirited dog,
right?
And I'm standing there, and
a lot of energy,
and I'm holding this, and he's got the dog on a leash. He's given the dog too much leash, in my personal opinion.
Okay.
And the dog is kind of bouncing around and everything, and I'm standing there holding this. And this is why I don't care for larger dogs. Okay. This dog reared up, and I'm going to use this term. He punched me in the balls.
What? Oh my God.
He didn't just kind of like lay his paws on me, like boom. And I couldn't see it. I had all this stuff in front of me. And I just crumbled and I dropped the dog food and I'm like, whoa, like this.
Oh, my balls.
And here's where my issue was with the dog too, but the guy kind of only halfway. No, I'm sorry.
No,
and
really?
I would have been like, oh my God, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I did, and even though it's not their fault, I mean, it's kind of.
It is.
But I got punched in the balls
by your dog.
And very, very little in regards of apology. And
you reversed my vasectomy.
And it was one of those, it was the lower stomach pain.
It doesn't matter. You even dropped the dog food as a result of being punched so hard.
He didn't help me pick it up.
That's an immediate, dude, I am so sorry.
Exactly.
That's an automatic resspance.
And
here's $100.
And I bent over and we walked out and I told Rochelle, I'm like, on the way out, I'm like, the dude didn't even, and I'm like, well, now I'm mad.
Yeah.
Like I was a little, I was, obviously slightly perturbed that the dog punched me in the nuts and it didn't feel good. But then after that, I'm like, I'm just angry now.
A pain in my ass.
Not to the point that I was going to go back in and say something to the guy or anything, but it just kind of left a bad taste in my balls for a little bit.
Of course, man.
For about a half hour or so. It was like that.
Give me a dog speech. I'll tell you this.
Working the bag.
You brought up the one thing, though, that listen, so I've had bigger dogs, and our current dog, Kizzy, is, as a Newfie, she's a larger dog. You always control I've seen it happen all the time in vet offices where there's, here's what happens. You've let out so much leash that if something happens, you can't correct it in time. Mm-hmm. Now it becomes... That's why you keep the dog closer to you.
Yeah.
You know the phrase on a tight leash?
That's what it means.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
You keep control.
So, I mean, if you had a dog that wasn't necessarily a dog, no, it's not the kind of dog that barks at people, but a dog that actually bites people, would you take said dog to a little kid's sporting event?
No.
No. And this is what some lady did. And then, I was like, oh, hey, Poppy. He was like, when he nipped at me. Not even nip, but
does your dog bite? No, I don't. It's not my dog.
But she was acting like it was my fault. I was like, bitch, you are sitting on the sideline with this thing, with the dog. You're essentially inviting people to say hi to your animal.
Did you reach out
I was walking past the dog.
Did you ask if I could pet your dog?
I'm not going to defend myself on this one. You don't bring if your dog bites people, don't bring it out to sit on a sideline. And if you are going to bring it to a sporting event, sit way, way, way far away.
So let me ask you.
Yeah.
So it was clarified that the dog
I was walking past the dog like this. All right, I'm walking.
Because you don't.
The sideline is here. I'm walking past the dog. I go, oh, hey, buddy. And I just leaned down like that, and he was like, arr! I'm not going to defend myself.
You don't have to defend yourself. I'm telling you this. It's a wiser move to say, can I pet your dog?
Okay.
It's also a wiser move to let the dog sniff you. You know those protocols.
Yeah. I didn't pet the dog. I put my hand in front of the dog's face. Is exactly what you're saying.
Right.
To sniff my hand. He didn't want to sniff it. He wanted to bite it.
All right. Well, anyhow. I just thought it was kind of fun to share that a dog punched me in the nuts. And that's why I like labs and stuff like that. I will walk around with my hand cupped around my crotch because they always do it.
I love them so much.
Always. Not me.
I know.
I like smaller dogs.
Yeah.
Because they don't punch you in the balls.
Sure.
Well, they can't reach your balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing about labs and Goldens and whatever, man, they will headbutt you in the balls. Like, it's just, they're the biggest, dumbest animals, and I love them dearly. And Preston, I get it. I understand your frustration.
To each his own.
Yeah. You know what, though? The bulldogs, they're small, but if they jump up on you, they're so thick. There's so much
thick.
to them. Like, you get knocked over.
The worst is when you're on, we had a Great Dane, and, years ago, and I love Clem so much. She was a wonderful dog, super gentle, super sweet, but you'd be sitting on the couch, and she'd full weight on your balls.
Yeah.
They aim.
Holy hell!
They love that spot. I think it's a joke amongst dogs themselves. I think they share that, and they talk to each other about it, about the humans. So, all right, anyway, I thought that. So we're going to talk about something totally different now. Casey pointed this out to me. With the new year rolling around, there are a lot of articles that are out about observing time passage and so on, especially because we're at a quarter century mark. And this was kind of an interesting one. This is on WMMR.com, and it is 11 albums that are turning 30 in 2025.
Oh, this always depresses the hell out of me.
And these may surprise you a little bit. Maybe not. I don't know. But we'll just rattle through a few of these. But Oasis's album, What's the Story, Morning Glory, debuted in 1994.
God almighty.
So actually, it's over 30 years in, right?
31.
31.
Hey, when this came out, I really liked it. I still really like it. I didn't find it to be revolutionary.
Nick, I'm with you 100%.
And there are some records on this list that I think sounded different and were a little bit different. But this one, I was like, it's a cool record. I really like the sound. It just didn't blow me away. Like,
you know what I think? I think, to your point, I think it sat in a pocket where there was not. It was. You might have heard this on a more poppy station.
It crossed genres. You're right.
Yeah, but it was not. It was sort of not what you were hearing on the stations that ended up being played on.
But Steve, you're right. I would hear this on MMR and on Y100, and then on a pop station. This song, Wonderwall, had so much crossover appeal.
Yeah.
This is the follow-up to their debut album, right? Yeah. Okay.
So the
that
debut
was
album,
the one that was more revolutionary,
right? And this one sort of launched them into the pop atmosphere.
I'm sorry, definitely Maybe, the album you're referring to, Casey, that's the one that came out in 1994. And then I guess in 95, What's the Story, Morning Glory must have come out. So,
okay.
But they have back-to-back huge records. Also, Radiohead, The Bends, turns 30 years old today.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it, and High and Dry is on this one. All the other songs on this album, I'm like, okay, I don't know.
Dude,
one.
I never got fully into Radiohead, and I know it drives them crazy to hear it. But
I've tried
Creep
on multiple
is still my
occasions.
favorite song.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, they're going to a place. This is the kind of place I like to go to. Concept, thematic, there's a big story and this whole sort of thing, and I could never tie into it.
What's that saying that your favorite band is Radiohead?
Yeah, right.
I've heard that more than once. Yeah.
I've heard that about. No, it was maybe Velvet Underground.
Okay.
There are a few other
Same thing. Yeah.
Velvet Underground,
Yeah.
similar. There was a band called Big Star that was a big influence, and that was kind of in alt pop world. And then You know, you have other bands like UFO that didn't have gigantic hits, but all the rock bands love them.
Or like T-Rex, or bands that, again, I love that saying, your favorite band's favorite band.
Yeah.
Because, and then you'll go, oh, they like this, and then you listen and you're going, what?
Boy, 1995, there was some moody-ass music coming out there.
I know.
With this in here and Oasis. And then also Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, Smashing Pumpkins. That double album back when you had two, when you had discs and you could count the amount that were in there. It was a double album, and that was huge.
I know people who are, I'm a Smashing Pumpkins fan, but I'm not everything on board. But I know people who either love them or despise them.
Mm-hmm.
His voice is polarizing.
Yeah.
You know, Steven, I think that's part of the reason why. Like, if you don't like Billy Corgan's voice, you're not going to like this band.
I do like the new stuff, though. The new stuff sounds like the old stuff.
By the way, the singles that came off of that album were Bullet with Butterfly Wings, which is The Will is a Vampire. 1979, Zero, Tonight Tonight.
One of my all-time favorite songs.
Great one.
And 33.
There's
it's a good song.
There's an interesting interview that Billy does, and he's talking about this song.
Tonight.
Hot Damn Tonight.
About how, beautiful this song is, and you listen to all the string arrangements and everything like that. And the radio company didn't want this. They wanted Rat in the Cage. That's what they wanted.
I remember one of the great, when MTV really mattered, and there was the MTV Music Awards. I think it was the MTV Music Awards, began with the camera coming into the theater, going down the main aisle, full orchestra on stage, Smashing Pumpkins playing this live. It was pretty amazing.
All right, here's a record. I think this was a flashpoint moment in rock music. In 1995, Jagged Little Pill from Alanis Morissette came out.
It was huge.
When this song hit, this was the lead single that came off of this. It was like, who is this?
Yeah. Not only were people listening to it, they were talking about it.
Yeah.
And this sounded different to me.
Yeah.
Oasis didn't, but this certainly did.
I know the version of me.
And there were so many great songs off of this record, one after another. So we've got the track listing. It's You Ought to Know, which is this song, was the second track, but it opened with All I Really Want, Hand in Pocket, You Learn, Head Over Feet, Ironic. That's a lot of big hits off of it wasn't her debut album, but it was her debut rock album. And that was she came out swinging, man. That was really cool.
One of the funniest things How I Met Your Mother did, they had a character who it turns out was a pop star in Canada who went to an Alanis Morissette stage. So she was originally Robin Sparkles, and I think it was Robin Daggers or something. Yeah. It was this kind of stuff. But this is Madonna's label. I think this was the first artist they signed fully to her label.
Really?
Yeah. And it just thundered.
It was badass. It says here, by the way, all lyrics written by Alanis, all music composed by Alanis Morissette and Glenn Ballard.
Glenn's a great producer.
Yeah.
He did some Dave Matthews records, some U2 stuff, and you can hear the rock elements that Glenn Ballard brought to this record.
Do we still? Somebody was mentioning something about the state of music, and do we still have those huge, or we're just in a lull? Maybe the more appropriate question, where you'd have something like this come out and just blow up. Well, it's been a long time since we've had that.
But it's consumed differently. I mean, people don't listen to music the same way that they used to, and a lot of it is Steve, with no physical medium, right?
Yeah.
So you're listening through some kind of an app or whatever, and for the most part, people aren't listening to entire records. There are exceptions, like when Taylor Swift debuts a new record or whatever, that'll get an entire listen. But I think for the most part, it's mostly singles.
But you have people like Chappell Roan,
right? And
so she just kind of shot onto into the scene. And again, I've talked about this before. She was supposed to do side stage at Lollapalooza this past summer. They're like, no, you're on main stage. And there she is in front of 80,000 people, and they're singing along with every single word to her songs.
But this happens quite a bit in the pop realm. There's always a pop princess that pops up every couple of years, becomes a big thing, and then kind of settles in, and then slowly kind of fades away, and they try to change their. But in the rock realm, it's gone a different way.
It's gone a different way.
We don't get the big explosives. The biggest stuff happened, the last big stuff, I personally think, happened in this phase in the mid to late 90s. But I saw something that encouraged me the other day. I was driving through not too far from where I live in Limerick, PA, And there was an old Rite Aid that has been empty for a little while, and I saw a new big sign on the front of it, huge, School of Rock.
I love it.
And so there are a lot of those, and I think that there's I think that there's still more juice coming soon.
And I've read articles about the resurgence of rock and about the strong, the young, the female bands we talked about recently that are so prominent now on MMR as well.
Yeah.
That's all a good sign.
I love female rock stars. So here's another album that turns 30. Garbage from Garbage. Turns
big fan.
30 years old this year. Yeah, I loved Shirley Manson, this band, Butch Vig, the whole crew. When we were working at WDRE, they were huge, and Y100, so we did a lot of stuff with
Vig was the producer for Nevermind, was he not?
Yep, he was. So this is 30 years old.
Oh, my God.
Which is pretty wild, yep. And Shirley, not only a cool singer, she's a good front person, too.
Yeah, yeah.
Always talk, this is a great song. Stupid Girl.
Yeah.
Apparently they have is this an album?
What?
No, it's an EP that just came out in December.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Shows you how much I know now.
Yeah, 6-song EP.
Wow. Also turning 30 years old this year is No Doubt, Tragic Kingdom.
All right, what was on that one? Spiderwebs?
Yeah, Spiderwebs, Just a Girl. That was the lead track, and that came out, and you were like, who's this gal?
Yeah.
You know, Gwen Stefani.
Sounds a lot like Mars.
Yeah.
Just a Girl, Spiderwebs, and Don't Speak was that would took them to the next level once they hit with that ballad.
You know that story about me and Bob Seger and pissing the guy off by playing
yes,
you know, and because his name was
We've Got Tonight,
and his name was Bud Shank, and he was a huge Metallica fan, so he was really pissed off at me for playing Bob Seger in the middle of the frat party. And Bud's favorite song that year was Don't Speak by No Doubt.
Shut up.
And he was giving you crap?
Yeah. So, Bud, if you're listening, I know how much you love No Doubt, and I know how much you love Don't Speak. So suck it.
This is a great song. Also coming out that year, 30 years ago, 1995, Red Hot Chili Peppers' One Hot Minute, which was when Dave Navarro came on board as the guitarist. It wasn't a big success as they were hoping for.
No.
But there were some good songs on it. I mean, this is a great song, Airplane.
This is the only, here's the track listing right here, Preston.
Is My Friends on this song? Yeah, My Friends is a great song.
Do I know that one?
Probably. Pierre's played it from time to time. You might recognize it. It's a pretty song. It's a ballad.
And Warped, which was kind of an interesting tune. I kind of like that song. It's a very aggressive tune. But the album it didn't do what they wanted.
And they threw a lot behind getting this to click. I mean, there was, they used to really, they'd have the record reps and everybody, and it had its moment, but not as much as they wanted.
Was it right after Blood Sugar Sex Magic? Was that the next record?
I think so.
So a huge record followed by one that didn't quite do as well.
That's a good question, Nick. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, this is a great song. You remember this case?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took me a little bit.
All right, and then this was a biggie. Foo Fighters came out in 1995. Their
was this their debut album?
I believe so, yeah.
It probably was.
Yeah, so it was just titled Foo Fighters. So, yeah, I think that was the
self-titled debut of the Foo Fighters.
30 years ago.
Look at the track list.
This is a call. I'll stick around. Big Me, Alone and Easy Target, For All the Cows.
For all the cows I've loved before.
For all the cows
I've loved before.
But I remember Monkey Ranch wasn't on that album. No, I guess it was on the next one. But what was I guess This Is a Call was the debut single.
Yeah.
That was the first thing I remember.
Was that like 2 minutes long?
That's another
Big Me was the short song.
Yeah, okay.
This one is the short tune.
Right.
Oh, no, This Is a Call is almost 4 minutes long.
Okay. Yeah, that's a great song as well.
All right, let's go that one.
Yeah, hit that.
Visiting is good. Seems that all they ever wanted was a brother.
Great tune.
Yeah.
I think that was the album that they had a drummer. They recorded the whole album. Dave didn't like it. He went back and cut all the tracks himself.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Do you know what? And if you listen to this album, it's this particular song and a lot of the artists of the time, there was a sort of way that things were produced where you could hear the room.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a little more live.
A little more
it felt
live,
like, yeah. All right, also in 1995, we're talking about albums that are now 30 years old this year. Ball Breaker from AC/DC came out.
All right, so they have a song called Ball Breaker. Do I know that one?
I don't know.
I'm a ball breaker, dream maker.
That sounds familiar.
I'm looking at the track listing. I'm like, I don't know any.
I don't know these songs either. Hard as a Rock and Hail Caesar. What are they saying here? Hard as a Rock.
What's that about?
What is Ball Breaker? What are they saying here?
We're into rocks. Sedimentary, metamorphic, igneous. Love them all.
There's another song on the record, Steve, called Whiskey on the Rocks.
Yes.
Oh, another rock.
More rock stuff.
Rock.
Oh,
All right, wait a minute. Igneous, sedentary, metamorphic. Those are the only. Is there another one?
That's it.
That's it.
Those are the three.
All right, so this is hard as
What
a
more
rock.
do you need?
This is Hard as a Rock?
Yeah.
Okay. At this time, at that time, I was deep into more the alt flavor of things. I was working at WDRE, an alternative rock station. No, I don't know this.
No, me neither. I'm trying to think. So 1995, I was...
Play Nut Tap.
It was my in between, sophomore and junior years of college there, Nick?
Yeah.
Around that time?
I mean, for me, it was probably sophomore year number 2. But for you, who had a more linear progression through college.
So I'm just trying to think,
Did you listen to radio?
You know what? We listen to MGK a lot.
Yeah, okay. That's all right.
Yeah. And so I was listening to Fish and Steely Dan and Grateful Dead and MGK and, classic rock and all that stuff. But I have vivid memories of my buddy Andy jamming out to Alanis Morissette. I remember trying to learn how to play Wonderwall on the guitar, you know what I mean? And so I know all of this music, but I think it really settled on me after I graduated college.
When you started working at Y100?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, the environment in which you listen to music changed, right? So you went from being in a college environment, which you and I were in 1995, where you're listening to what all your friends are listening to, including Steely Dan and the Dead or whatever, and then you graduate and you end up working at a radio station, and guess what? For a large part, you ended up listening to then was Y100 stuff.
Right. You're exactly right. Do you know when one of those seismic moments occurred for me, and it might have been the same for you, Preston? We got promotional iPods. Do you remember that? At Y100.
Yes.
And the notion of, at night, popping them in as I'm in bed and listening to music again, really listening, old school headphones on, in the dark. And then there was a whole new, massive...
When digital files came around, it was easier to consume.
Then you had, of course, LimeWire, was it? I think, and Napster.
And Napster.
So you'd go on these holy grail quests for songs you hadn't heard in a long time. Yeah.
When Napster hit, and I was like, wait a minute. You mean these songs that I've vague memories of because I can't find them anywhere. I can now find these because other people have them.
Part of a hook in your mind of what's the lyric, and you're doing the searching. You didn't have as comprehensive a database to search and kind of find it. Yes.
And now you can find whatever you want, whenever you want at any point in time.
It's completely reflexive. You don't even have to think about what you're going to look for. You just want to look for something, it's there.
Sometimes you get entire albums downloaded on your phone that you didn't ask for.
But no, there used to be this hunt and seek game that you had to play to find certain songs. It was pretty wild. Let me tell you about it.
He's got it so lucky. Where's my blue emu?
That stuff doesn't stink, does it?
Rub it on my nutsack. Get a little tingle.
Little tingle on your jingle?
Yeah, haven't had it in a while. Missus got the arthritis.
All right, also turning 30 years old this year is Insomniac from Green Day. Oh, The Extinct Breath?
Yeah. Brainstorm.
There are like 5 Green Day songs that are all one song to me.
Gotta go.
All right. What is this again?
This is Brain Stew.
Brain Stew, thank you. Yes, of course, that was the classic remix here.
There are people who believe, because I, for the longest time, but not let this.
Well, we'll let it get started, and Steve will play his part.
Still I try.
This is the Morrison remix.
No rest for crying.
What song is this again, Brain Stew? Yeah, okay. All right.
On my own.
Here we go.
There are people who are convinced that's, and sometimes I get emails from people. I never realized you were playing that live.
Hang on, I have another one that could fit in here.
Oh, yeah?
Jaded.
I just turned that off.
Wait, Brain Stew again. Hang on. Hang on. I never get to do this.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
I was off on the first one.
No.
All right. And then the last thing on this list, these are albums that are turning 30, that are turning 30 years old this year. White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000.
I love this song.
More Human Than Human.
Yeah. The Tyrell Corporation from Blade Runner.
And Astro Creep 2000 saw the band go out with a bang, it says in this. It was the final album from White Zombie.
Yes, and then he went out solo.
Yeah, then it was Rob Zombie. Yeah. It was White Zombie.
Listen, you would hear this on a good system. Amazing.
Yep. So there you go, friend. Little list to make you feel older. What did Marissa just bring in?
A few more turning 30 this year.
Oh, okay. All right. So we're not done yet. And this just
Michael Bublé.
Everclear, Sparkle and Fade. And that brought us Santa Monica, Heroin Girl, You Make Me Feel Like a Whore. That's
you make me feel like a whore. I want to dance the night away.
That's the title of one of the songs. Alice in Chains self-titled album. Self-titled. Grind, Heaven Beside You, again, over now. Collective Soul came out with an album that had Gel, December, The World I Know. Great songs. Where the River Flows. I forgot about that one. That's a good tune. So that
Hop on LimeWire and download it.
30 this year. Oh, and then, remember this little album? Presidents of the United States of America.
I'm sad alone in a boggy
They had a few little quirky hit songs off of that album. This song, Kitty and Peaches.
I love Peaches. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great song. And Kitty's a fun one, too.
How's that one go?
Kitty on my lap, I don't want to scratch it. I think was the hook to that. Something along those lines. Is this Peaches?
This is Peaches.
This is such a goofball song.
The video was great.
The guy only had 3 strings on his guitar, by the way.
Country, I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. I'm moving to the country. I'm gonna eat me a lot of peaches.
Okay.
Do you know a song? Because it's listed here on the track list. Dune Buggy?
No.
Oh, okay.
Don't know that song. Do you know it?
No.
Okay. Let's see. Rancid and Out Come the Wolves turns 30 years old as well. So that had Time Bomb and Ruby Soho on it.
Oh, wow. Really?
Uh-huh.
I just always assumed that was way older.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Nope.
All right.
Came out then. Silverchair had the album Frog Stomp, and that was when the song Tomorrow came out.
Great song.
And what did we all think that sounded like? Was it like Pearl Jam?
Yeah,
we all thought it sounded like Pearl Jam when it first came out.
And they were like 14 and 15,
16,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
16, yeah.
David John, what was his name?
Daniel Johns.
Daniel Johns.
Is he the one who
16 years old.
married Natalie Imbruglia?
Imbruglia, yeah.
It's 12 o'clock and it's
So at the time, you're like, is this Eddie Vedder?
Yeah.
I mean, you totally hear the difference now.
No, it's the guy who delivers his paper.
From Australia.
This one.
Won't you come with me to a place in a little town? The only way to get there is to go straight down. Hey!
All right. Anyhow, all these albums are turning 30 this year. So
If you didn't feel old already.
all right, exactly. That's what we're here for. All right. We do need to take a break. We have a few things that are going on this morning. We're going to talk to composer Mick Giacchino, Michael Giacchino's son.
Yes.
And he did the music for The Penguin and is also composing music for Skeleton Crew on Disney+. We'll talk to him a little later on this morning. But we'll take a break, come back in a second. We'll get to the Bizarre File after that. Connoisseur time, first one of 2025. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
and Steve.
Yes, we have from the band Fozzy. Let's give some love, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Jericho.
Yeah, I walked in. There's a whole studio audience here, a live studio audience.
Yeah.
This is great.
And a lot of people were excited and came in here very specifically just to say hi and see this interview in person.
Well, it's great, and thanks for having me on. You must be like first time on the phone, then I'm here in person. I appreciate all the Jericho love. I'll tell you that right now.
Coming over to the house next.
Yeah, I got an app next week. There's a hologram. We're going to tour. There's the Jericho hologram and the Dio hologram are going on tour next month.
Hey, you got to milk all the milk out of that cow.
Everywhere you can. Squeeze the crap out of every drop.
Every teat.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you first how impressed I am with the album. I took it home the other day. I listened to it on the way home. And wasn't sure what to expect. I had heard Judas because we've been playing it, and I definitely like the song. And what did I come back and tell you guys?
So solid. This is real deal.
My word was it's legit.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay,
Yeah.
because you have people who have a name from another entertainment industry or sports industry, and then they want to open the door and head down another path and try something out for a little bit. And most of the times that doesn't work. So I was pleasantly surprised when I listened to it. I'm like, okay, this is straight up. It's the real deal.
Well, it's cool. This is our 7th record, and we're almost like a 17-year overnight sensation at this point, which is good because I think over the years, slowly but surely, people have come to realize that, like you said, this is legit. This is the real deal. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be doing this. I think every band has some kind of a gimmick when they start, whether it's Slipknot wears masks or Kiss has makeup or all these different things. Bottom line is, either it's good music or it's not. And it doesn't matter who's in the band or what the story is.
Yeah.
Either it's good or it's bad. And after all these years, people are finally going, holy smokes, Fozzy is legit. They make a judgment just because I'm in the band. I think sometimes we have to work twice as hard to get people's respect because of that. We don't mind. When I was 13 years old, I decided I wanted to be in a rock band and I wanted to be a wrestler. And people laughed me out of the building. I remember I went to church and told people, and people laughed me out of the church. Here I am all these years later doing both. I really don't care if people have a judgment about what I do or what I don't do. All I know is that this is good, and I know that people are embracing it.
Right.
If you have a passion and a desire and a talent to do more than one thing, especially in this day and age, it's okay. And if people don't have an issue with that, Paul Stanley said in this documentary that I watched, I probably told you guys this about the book. The only people that tell you can't do something are the ones that have failed. I'm not going to tell you can't do it because I did it. You can do it. And when Paul said that, I embraced that concept and went for it wholeheartedly. And here we are right now talking about this stuff, and it's a great feeling.
Well, I think in a way also you have the benefit of you had another. I'm not going to say a safety net, but you had another thing running that allowed you to just be tenacious and that you're okay. You don't dig it now. We're going to keep doing it. We're not going to stop. And then, as you said, through attrition, people started to come on board. And this, as you described it, Judas is the game changer.
So is your time being on the mic and doing what you did in the ring helped you out with being able to talk to the audience?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I when I first started wrestling when I was 19, I wanted to be the ultimate rock and roll frontman in the wrestling ring. Paul Stanley, Freddie Mercury, Bruce Dickinson. I wanted to be like the frontman, the party host. And so I did that when I first started because I wasn't the biggest guy, but I knew the biggest personality and the biggest charisma. So when we started Fozzy, I just took those same qualities that I was using as Y2J that I stole from great frontmen, like I mentioned, and then took it back into Fozzy. So it's very much symbiotic. That's a big word for a Canadian. But it all depends on connecting with the audience, whether it's wrestling or music. You need to connect with the crowd and let them know that you don't take yourself seriously. You take the music seriously. You have to have a good time. And when we go do these festivals, there's not a lot of bands that do that. It's very aggro. It's very mosh pitting and stuff. And that's fine. But for us, just drink some beer and chant Fozzy and show your boobs, whether you're a girl or a guy. We don't care. And that's when you get the connection. Let's, especially in this day and age with all the crap that's going on in the world, come to a Fozzy show, leave the BS at the door, and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about.
Well, that's it. And we've said this. It's the very nature of our show is that if over the years we've heard other shows where it seems like they're pissed off all the time. Why would I want to listen to a show or go to a show where I think they're not enjoying what they're doing?
It's okay to smile and laugh. I think sometimes the word fun and rock and roll gets lost in the translation. Those are always my favorite bands where you can go and just have a good time, man. That's what it's all about. And it's kind of a lost art, and it's something that we take great pride in. We have a reputation for being that way. Is if you come to one of our shows, you're just going to leave with a smile on your face, and that's okay. It doesn't always have to be growling and angst and anger. go to a Lamb of God show if you want to do that, and that's fine. But for us, we'd rather have some fun.
I know with all that going on, let's not take our eye off the ball here, folks. There's a new Miss America. They had in Atlantic City, obviously, is where the pageant takes place. So they had taken it away for like a couple of years, right? And then they brought it back. I just don't hear about it anymore.
Guys,
afterwards.
We used to watch it.
It was a big deal.
Years ago, it was massive.
Yeah.
And it's just now, I think internet porn took care.
But we have a couple of clips from it. We have. Well, do you want to hear the winner? Or, let's hear the winner first.
All right.
Miss North Dakota.
Your new Miss America is Miss North Dakota.
So Miss North Dakota.
Miss North Dakota took it.
Attractive young lady, as you would imagine.
Wants to be the governor.
Yes,
eventually. That's her aspiration.
Yep, that is
correct.
correct.
The highlight for the evening was the talent portion, especially Miss Louisiana.
All right, here we go.
Lucky Lucy, are you ready? Yes. Hit it.
Heard her. I'm ready to talk to her, and I cannot see her listening. What was that? I said I can't see her listening. Yeah, let's load Heard her. Sound good to me. You betcha. It sure does sound good, doesn't it, to be here in front of all these nice people? It's a dream come true. What was that? It's a dream come true. What was that? It's a dream come true. She just gives up. God damn it! I said it's a dream come true.
She's getting mad at herself.
I suck.
slams the dummy on the ground.
Freaking thing. To be here in front of all these fine people and mid-level celebrities is such a thrill. What are we gonna do? We're gonna entertain the team. What's that? We're gonna entertain the team. What's that? We're gonna entertain the people. What I said is, if you just listen for a effing second, we're going to entertain the people. She's gorgeous, though.
She's stunning. We're looking at a still shot of her.
She's a Miss America contestant.
Yeah, with her two ventriloquist dummies.
And the dummies.
Oh, we haven't even heard the clip yet. Are you ready?
You good people ready?
Lucky Lucy, are you ready? Yes. Hit it. I wanna be a cowboy sweetheart. I wanna work the road and ride.
All right, I'll let it play. Hang on a second.
I wanna ride on the plains of the desert, out west of the Great Divide. I wanna hear the coyotes sing as the sun sets in the west. I wanna be.
Honestly, where is this? Where does this fly? I think if you come in before someone's receiving a lethal injection, it's like.
You might have it.
Before you get the shot, we have a ventriloquist actually.
And they're going to
give
do
me the shot. Give me the shot.
All right. We haven't even gotten to the yodeling part yet. Hang on.
Oh, there's yodeling?
Yeah, there's yodeling. Apparently there's yodeling.
All right.
Cowboy sweetheart, that's the life. I love the best.
Oh my
At that very moment, half the judges were booking flights to Naples, Florida.
Wow, look at how hot she is.
Super
We're looking
hot.
at that video footage of her now. She's wow, she's a stunner. And that's Miss who?
That is Miss Louisiana.
Miss Louisiana. Okay. Nick had sent me some information about this guy. His name was Xavier Atencio.
And he invented Leopold the FBI cat?
No, he did not. He was the Disney Imagineer who helped bring to life iconic theme park attractions such as Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion. And he passed away just this last Sunday, and he was 98 years old.
So when I was a kid, for a brief period when I was in third grade, which would have put me, I would have been about 17. We went out to live in California for almost a full year, and going to Disneyland. The Disneyland, there was no Disney World at that time. Those attractions were, you as a kid, you might as well have been transported to another universe.
You couldn't believe it.
It was just mind-boggling. And they just actually sort of re-tinkered Pirates of the Caribbean because of PC questions, but it's still essentially the same ride there.
He also wrote the lyrics to their memorable songs, Yo Ho, A Pirate's Life. He wrote that.
Did he write It's a Small World? No, that's from
he didn't. But he wrote Grim Grinning Ghost that they sing on the Haunted Mansion tour as well. In the mid-1960s, Atencio's career changed course, and Walt Disney called him into his office and asked him to join the Imagine unit that created theme park attractions. He said, I went over there reluctantly because I didn't know what I was getting into, and nobody there knew what I was supposed to do either. About a month later, I got a phone call from Walt. He told me, I want you to do the script for the Pirates of the Caribbean.
This is a great opportunity, and if you don't do it, you're fired.
And he said he had never written a script before the Pirates assignment. Pirates was the last ride that Walt Disney would directly supervise. Disney died December in 1966, just 3 months before the attraction. It never really opened. He died before it opened.
It's amazing.
But Atencio helped him to experience it in a way. He said, we mocked it up on a soundstage in full size, and we pushed Walt through it. We rigged up a chart.
What am I looking at here?
We rigged up a cart that moved about the same pace
I can't see.
The boat would, and we moved him through.
This hurts my back substantially.
And we had the auctioneer.
Why are you doing this to me?
And we had the auctioneer up here, and he said, what do ye offer this buxom wench? And then on the other side, a pirate yells, 6 bottles of rum, et cetera, et cetera. He said, but it was hard to hear. And I said, I'm sorry, Walt, you can't hear the stuff too clearly. And he said, if you go to a cocktail party, you tune in on one conversation, and then you tune in on that one. Every time they come through, they'll see something new. And I thought, why the heck didn't I think of that? That is Xavier Atencio.
A pirate's life for me.
So he wrote this.
Char, inflame and ignite, drink up, me hearties, yo ho. We burn up the city, we're really a fright. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho.
We burn up the city.
Yeah,
we burn up the city and rape the people and kill everyone who won't come along. We slit their throats and throw them overboard and turn them into shark bait.
Yeah, exactly.
Me hearties, yo ho.
Confiscate the children and make them slaves.
The city, we're really fright. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. We're beggars and fighters and ne'er-do-well cats. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho.
And we're all half crazy because of syphilis. The robot, with the mouth. And we're all half crazy because of syphilis.
But you're right. They burned down the town.
Burned down the town and killed the animals and sexually abused the women.
And ravage and don't get a hoop. Bring up me hearties, yo ho.
Pirate's Life. Yeah.
I think that's
The
how the
salty old sea.
I think that's how the first movie ends, with Johnny Depp singing "Drink Up Me Hearties Yo Ho."
Oh, really?
I think that's the last line
Drink
of the
up
movie.
me hearties, yo ho. Yeah, he's doing that freaking Jack Sparrow impression.
This is a special moment. It is the first time in 2025 that Froggy will sing our Friday anthem.
Let's go!
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
We will dedicate this bizarre file to a young listener named Iris, whom Pierre Robert met on New Year's Day at the Mother's Day Parade. And she said her favorite part about MMR was the bizarre file.
Wow. So all of 8.
Sending this one out to Iris. All right. Kenyan officials said Wednesday they were investigating fragments of metal believed to be from a rocket that crashed into a village in the country's south. The issue of space junk has risen in tandem with increased spatial traffic. And
on my planet, I used to be a botanist.
The Kenya Space Agency, KSA, said the object, a metallic ring roughly 8 feet in diameter, weighing some 1,100 pounds.
Wow.
Crashed into the Makuku village on December 30th. The KSA...
They're Makuku for Cocoa Puffs.
Working alongside other agencies and local authorities, secured the area and retrieved the debris, which is now under the agency's custody for further investigation. It said preliminary assessments indicate that the fallen object is a separation ring from a launch vehicle, which are designed to either burn up on re-entry to the Earth's atmosphere or fall over uninhabited areas.
Yeah, I've seen, and the video's up in the studio here, that it's enormous.
Yeah, the KSA said in a statement that the object was not a threat to public safety. Villagers nearby who had swiftly alerted authorities, they thanked them, and the KSA said that they were working to identify the piece's origin. A man is facing charges after police said he choked a juvenile drive-through employee after he was upset with his order. Salvador,
you're not supposed to do that, right?
Salvador Espericueta is facing charges for 1 count of aggravated child abuse, 1 count of aggravated assault, and another count of disorderly conduct. A probable cause statement said on Saturday that he was at an Arby's drive-thru when police were called about an assault. Police said that Espericueta, whatever this guy's name is, was upset with his order and got out of his vehicle to confront the victim. He then said something along the lines of asking the victim if he is man enough to have a conversation before pushing the victim against the wall and door of the restaurant. And during the altercation, police said that he moved his hand up to the victim's neck, which constricted the breathing of the victim. He's choking this dude.
All this over horsey sauce?
He then reportedly left the Arby's. It is pretty good.
Yeah,
I love Arby's, the horsey sauce.
Is Arby's horsey sauce or Roy's?
No, it's Arby's, for sure, yeah. Police said when they spoke to Espericueta, he made a comment about the allegation, and he said he, quote, made a mistake at the Arby's.
I really made a mistake. I should not have choked out that employee over horsey sauce.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Here's a story out of Cumberland County, Pennsylvania. A driving lesson ended in a crash Tuesday, leaving a new Cumberland Borough Park pavilion damaged and a pole on the ground. An SUV collided with a park pavilion.
Oh.
And it like the whole thing came down. It happened while a father was trying to teach his daughter how to drive.
Yeah, you've been through it, right?
3 times, yep. And fortunately, never had any accidents. But I could see, dude, there was one time that it was Carter.
Yeah.
And I let him drive the Corvette. And so I was in the passenger seat. Yeah. We were about to pull out, and there was he was going to be making a left-hand turn, and there was a hill on the other side, so you couldn't really see traffic coming over.
Oh, my God.
And I was like, all right, okay, go ahead and pull out. And a car comes barreling up, and I go, 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 go. It's a Corvette.
Yeah.
He floored it.
Oh, no.
Man, that rear end kicked out from underneath the car. And it scared the hell out of him. That's the only thing that almost happened. But it can. I mean, they don't realize the sensitivity of the gas pedal, and that's what happened here. Photos from the scene showed the pavilion blocked off with police tape. At least one of the tables under the pavilion was left flipped, and a pole toppled over. The driver stayed on the scene. Traffic citations were issued at this time. No estimate of how much the damage will cost. This is really weird. A young Swiss International Airlines flight attendant died a week after being exposed to smoke that filled the cabin and cockpit during a flight he was working. The December 23rd flight from Bucharest, Romania to Zurich made an emergency diversion in southern Austria after engine problems spread smoke through the plane. The crew member, who has not been named publicly, was airlifted to the hospital. The Swiss International Airlines CEO said, "We are devastated at our dear colleague's death, and we have many questions and want them answered." So all 74 passengers on board were evacuated. 12 passengers and all 5 crew members received medical attention. The investigation is focused on the aircraft's mechanical parts, including the engine and protective breathing equipment, because apparently they put on protective breathing equipment.
Right, but
it didn't do the job, and this person died from that.
That's insane.
I've never heard of anything quite like that before, so that's messed up. All right, and then a man was arrested for kidnapping a woman in New York State, and he used a crossbow to do it with. Officials were called for reports of a disturbance involving a crossbow. When they arrived, they learned that Devin Collins
was he wearing a green pointy hat with a feather in it?
Forced a woman into a vehicle while pointing a crossbow at her. He fled the scene, but was later spotted. When officers attempted to pull him over, he refused to stop.
I got to get a crossbow.
A police chase ensued.
Not for kidnapping. They're just cool.
Yeah. Throughout New York and crossed into Pennsylvania, eventually hit a tree and was taken into custody. The female victim was taken to a local hospital to be evaluated from injuries from the crash, and the car was reported stolen, and this guy is facing multiple
You're
felonies.
free, milady.
Yeah. All right, and then we'll do one more story and wrap it up. Let's end with, I don't want to end on a really bad story, but I want to end on a good one. I have a bunch here. How about, okay. I like this one.
All right.
The payoff is at the end.
Okay.
Okay. So in Indiana, after striking several parked cars on Sunday, 22-year-old Giovanni Flores Franco was arrested with a blood alcohol level of 0.245. That's pretty damn high. According to reports in South Bend, officers went for a reported car crash. They found the owner of one of the vehicles who told officers she heard a loud crash, went outside, saw her parked car had new heavy front end damage with white paint transfer. 2 blocks down the road, a white Dodge had crashed into 2 other parked cars. And officers approached and found Franco in the driver's seat. Speaking with him, officers noticed that he had trouble with his balance, smelled strongly of alcohol, and reddened eyes. He agreed to a certified chemical test, gave a breath sample about an hour after the crash. The test showed 0.245 grams of alcohol on his breath. Now, here's the kicker, and this is how it wraps up. While transporting Flores to the hospital, given his high blood alcohol content, officers discovered that he had secreted 4 unopened cans of beer into the patrol car with him. Dude,
how did he do that?
He had the wherewithal to snag a 4-pack to go in the back of the squad car with him on the way.
For the trip.
That's not an amateur right there, folks.
No.
All right, and there you go.
Son, you have a problem.
That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, when we return, we're going to grab something to eat. It's time for the Connoisseur. First one of 2025. A little after that, we are going to have composer Mick Giacchino, Michael Giacchino's son, joining us. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be? Yeah.
We come into town and rock around. Visit the Viper Room. Oh.
I noticed that it's very hard to swat a fly. Oh, they move so fast.
Well, I have it kind of down to a science.
I have a theory too. What is yours?
You, in many ways, it's like sex. You come down the back from behind the eyesight, doesn't go all the way back to the back.
Okay.
So that's how I come in for the SWAT.
My theory is, if you're just sitting there and one lands on your leg or something like that,
you ain't gonna win.
Mm-hmm. You don't move. No, right. I have a way to do it. I slowly will bring my hand into position, and then I will wait and I will watch the fly. And once the fly starts doing that thing with its front 2 little hands, if it starts rubbing them together, because at first it'll notice your hand and it'll stop.
That's when it gets all greedy.
Freeze and won't move. Yeah. And then when it starts going about its business, it is now not necessarily paying attention to your hand anymore, and then bam, nail them. I'm a fly hater, and I actually keep a scoreboard at my house for dead flies.
That's cool.
Everybody's name is on there.
I notice there's a fly hater too.
And if you get them, you get a hash mark for everyone that you get.
He actually keeps score.
I should have done a prize at the end of the summer, but I never got around to doing that. But anyhow, so here's the deal. This question, why do they move so fast, flies, was put to the BBC World Service crowd science team. And the answer is that, compared to us, basically, they see things that they see things essentially what we see in slow motion. So they see the world moving.
This guy's wearing a bucket hat.
Much slower. The speed of time differs depending on your species. This happens because animals see the world around them like a continuous video, but in reality, they piece together images sent from the eyes to the brain in distinct flashes a set number of times per second. And I'll explain that. So humans average 60 flashes per second and flies 250. The speed at which those images are produced by the brain is called the flicker fusion rate.
Flicker fusion rate.
Yes.
Flicker.
And it's weird how they were able to determine this. So, in general, the smaller the species...
Did they capture a fly and interrogate him?
The faster its critical flicker... They put a light in front of him.
Please, I don't know. I'm so thirsty.
He starts smacking him around.
No. Oh, no, please. Come on. I'm just a fly.
In general... the smaller the species, the faster its critical flicker fusion rate is, and flies in particular.
Critical flicker fusion rate.
Yeah, so Professor Roger Hardy from the University of Cambridge investigates how flies' eyes work and has...
It's actually very interesting when you stop and consider it.
And has an experiment to determine their flicker fusion rate. So it's simply how fast a light has to be turning on and off, that's the flicker,
right,
before it's perceived or seen as just a continuous light. So like a flashing strobe light, okay?
Right, so even
and
though
you can tell when it's going off and on, but at some point you can't, even though it is going off and on.
Right.
So so what they did is they insert tiny glass electrodes into the living light-sensitive cells of their eyes.
Of a fly's eyes.
Photoreceptors.
How did they do that?
Before flashing LED lights at faster and faster speeds. Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical current.
I assume ladybugs come in nurse outfits.
In the photoreceptors.
That'd be hot.
Hey, up here, buddy. Up here. Here's where the 10,000 eyes are.
Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical current into the photoreceptors that a computer can graph onto a screen. Tests reveal the fastest fly record distinct responses to flickering up to 400 times per second. Yeah, but I'm amazed at modern science and the fact that they can actually take something that tiny like that and actually...
How do they get them to sit still to put those things in their eyes?
The chair is very comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable. They get a little foot
This
masseuse.
is good. What is this? Oh, my God. Look at this. The feet come up.
And they have them relax. Somebody said that's why electricity cycles at 60 hertz per second, or HZ. Is that hertz per second?
It's just hertz.
Oh, 60 hertz?
It hurts.
God, would you stop it already?
We're morons.
All right. I have a list of things from various magazines of suggestions of what to do.
I love it.
Is this fall activities.
Local or anywhere?
No, this is just anywhere.
Okay.
But no, these are stupid. A pumpkin spice latte date.
Oh, my God.
Treat your bestie to a PSL.
Bestie.
Wait, what's
a PS? A pumpkin spice latte.
Okay.
I know.
And
Yes,
spend,
I just wanted to let you know that your list stinks.
how about dinner and a fall-themed movie?
That's ridiculous.
All right, what's
Throw
the-
that list out.
What's
How
a
about buy
fall-themed
some
movie?
orange crayons and rub it on a piece of paper?
Honestly,
How about wait for them to come in and relax the straps on your hands?
Bake an apple pie together.
Yes.
Okay.
What if you're not together? What if you're alone?
How about this? Watch a football game. These are just ridiculous. These are like out of, like Allure magazine or,
Yeah,
Or
right.
how about look out the window at your neighbor's house?
Honest to God, like somebody actually got paid to do that.
They needed an extra page in the magazine.
Here's a good fall activity.
Walk to the end of your driveway, turn around, and go back.
From the mind of Preston Elliott, do one of the train rides that are available in our areas. That would be cool, right?
Yeah.
There's one out of New Hope.
Strasburg all over the place.
What is it?
SEPTA is all over the place.
This is so scenic.
Is that
Hey, man, I'm sorry I pissed on you.
Yeah, especially the houses that live right next to the train tracks. Those are always lovely.
Strasburg is the one you're thinking of.
Strasburg.
All right, is that's the best in the area, right?
They have the ghost train. It's like the old style locomotive. That's out by Lancaster.
And didn't we have a Not Your Average Listener? Was she from?
She was an engineer.
Yeah,
for them.
Yeah.
That was cool.
And
That
that
was
one
really
that one
cool.
goes for about 40 minutes. From what I understand.
Something like that, yeah.
40, 45 minutes.
Most
okay.
of them are like a half, anywhere from like 40 minutes to an hour.
That's still cool.
But Case, along the lines of what you were saying, and if you're in Jersey, New Jersey Transit.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Does SEPTA
Listen,
go over
it's
there?
not exactly the same experience, but the buses are always a blast.
This also says have a fall photo shoot.
Oh, I'm doing that.
What? Who put this together? Sling Blade?
We're doing a family photo
I got some
shoot.
great ideas for all of them.
No, don't make fun of that one.
Go outside looking out there, like raccoons out in the field.
So you're doing a fall photo shoot?
Yeah, we're
Family
doing
photo shoot?
it, Steve, on Forbidden Drive.
Yes, it'll be. Yeah, I'd love to. Forbidden Drive is close to me. Huh?
Actually, that's a good idea.
Do you want to bring us hot chocolate in the morning?
I will absolutely.
All
With spice latte, SP. What is it?
SPL.
PSL.
PSL.
Look, I brought some SPLs.
SPL.
Look, I brought some silent patedlis.
Yeah.
Pumpkin spice latte.
I brought some SPLs.
What did I say?
Silent patedlis. SPGs.
DVDA.
I brought some DVDAs, everybody.
PSLs is
And lube.
Just replace
DSL is something very different.
Yeah.
What?
All right, hang on.
Just say the letters. The letters aren't profane.
No, but I'm just saying.
You
well,
won't
you know what
know.
DSL, right?
Oh, yeah.
But a PSL.
D
just,
sucking lips.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now you're pee sucking.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
right, guys.
We used to say
it's a
DSB,
little-
deadly sperm buildup. If you hadn't gotten laid in a year.
Oh.
Yeah. I have
Happy
DSB.
year.
man.
Where's that taking
My
place?
pupils are white.
We are all. This is.
We are.
This is.
This is it.
we're
These are
off the
fall
rails.
activities.
We are off the rails.
I just want to know when
Yes,
you're
I'm
doing.
interested in where the DSL is taking place. I believe I qualify.
I definitely qualify.
Romano, ROMANO.
That was my nickname, by the way.
What?
Are you kidding?
Shut up. DSL?
My girlfriends would call me that. Yes.
Wow.
How ironic.
That is.
No, I wasn't actually using.
I
that
know.
for that,
That's the
but yeah.
definition of irony. It's. Oh my God.
It does, yeah. That's like talk about Sling Blade. That's like nicknaming him the Brain.
Right.
Hey, genius.
DSL.
That's funny.
Wow, we still find things out about each other after all these years. So, the Warner Brothers movie A Star is Born remake is pushing its release to May 18th, 2018 from September 28th through
Why is that?
2018. You know what? They don't really give a reason why, but they're moving it up.
This is Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga.
Yeah, exactly. Cooper plays Jackson Maine, who discovers a talented unknown named Allie. That's Lady Gaga. Her eventual fame puts a strain on their romance, and previous versions include the 1937 film starring Frederick Mark and Janet Gaynor.
And the one with James Mason, where I played Norman Maine.
Yeah, in 1954.
Judy Garland's Esther Blodgett.
Yes, James Mason and Judy Garland.
It was the first time. It was a musical version, and that was the first time.
It was a musical?
The original was not.
Oh, okay. Like they sang.
They sang. There were songs sung.
But did they sing?
Often.
Did they sing dialogue to each other, or was it just songs were in it?
There were songs performed.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
right.
you, Mr. Mason. And have some Thunderbirds.
Yeah, thank you. When
Yeah.
friends drop by unexpectedly, I break out the Thunderbird and beef jerky.
Beef jerky?
Absolutely. Okay. And everyone leaves with a small Tupperware container full of taco dip.
Oh.
That's how we roll at the Mason house.
Do we still have the Thunderbird? See if you can find that audio. Look up James Mason and Thunderbird, which was basically Thunderbird is like the malt liquor that you'll find, discarded bottles of in
alleyway.
Well, I was taking a fiber pill. I've decided to.
Yay!
That's going to be part of my.
You're part of the club.
That's part of 2025.
Yay!
By the way, I started my health regimen yesterday.
Yeah.
My weight loss goal, and I think I'm already halfway to my goal.
All right.
That's what I feel like anyway.
Yeah, right.
You took a big old dump, didn't you?
And I got done. I put a little sweat. I'm like, yeah, I think I'm halfway there.
Yeah, it's amazing.
20
Just 2
pounds I
days.
wanna lose.
Yeah. Yeah, 10 pounds a day, you're good.
Yeah, man. No problem. All right. So I would like to say that it is time for the Connoisseur segment, and I'm doing so with my Connoisseur coffee mug.
Nice.
Right here. We gave a bunch of people these at the Christmas Miracle broadcast. I love this coffee mug.
It's embossed, yes?
It's embossed, yes. So
That's very
the
nice.
letters and logo are raised on there. Look at that. I'm showing this to the YouTube audience. And I think you can get these in the rock shop. Marissa's looking. Or
she's doing
you don't know?
Mr. Burns.
She's putting her fingers together. I don't know what that means. Yes, no?
I'm just going to say this out loud because our friends at MJ Core are the ones that make those mugs. So maybe we'll get those up soon.
I think we should. All right, so I love it. All right, Connoisseur, let's do it.
Hey.
It's time for the 2025 edition of the Connoisseur.
All right, we are going to begin with a pretty big topic as far as food goes, and it would be naming the world's best cuisine.
The world's best cuisine.
Essentially by country.
Okay.
When you go to a restaurant, what cuisine do you tend to favor?
Man, well, like if I wanted to decide what type of restaurant we're going to go to, it depends.
Right.
I mean, listen, if it were Rochelle, we would go to Chinese restaurants all the time.
She's a big Chinese food fan.
Big time fan.
All right.
Yeah. I love Mexican food.
Yeah, that's what mine is.
But Rochelle has a reaction to cilantro.
Okay,
and it's
problem.
a lot of Mexican food, so I don't get to many Mexican restaurants that often. But there's a bunch of them. It's just whatever I'm in the mood for. So this was a list that was conducted or pieced together by travel guide Taste Atlas, and they got their ratings from their users, and to determine who deserved a place on this list, Taste Atlas analyzed 477,287 ratings for 15,478 foods in their database. And they listed underneath each entry were the highest rated foods. So I will, let me see, I have the top 10 here. Let's start at the bottom and work our way to the top.
At the bottom of the list.
Yeah. Yep. So we'll start with number 10 is Chinese.
10!
Chinese food. So I thought that might rank a little bit higher. But,
So did I. There was probably a time where it may have been higher up on the list.
That's like never a go-to for me.
Playing Chinese music?
Yeah, I got all the international music, so I'm going to do whatever I can.
All right. Chinese is number 10. Number 9 is Japanese.
I don't have Japanese.
Which there was a time when I would prefer Chinese food over Japanese. And because I remember the first time I had like more traditional Japanese food, and I'm like, ugh. It was a little aggressive flavor-wise.
Are you talking like hibachi versus sushi?
Yes.
Okay.
Similar to.
Because when I think Japanese, I think sushi, and that would be probably my number one go-to.
I love sushi.
Yeah.
There was a time where I did not care for it, and now I just adore it.
I could quite literally do it every night.
Wait, but so if you're eating sushi, that's how it would be categorized as Japanese food?
I think so.
So what about so I used to, we used to have an apartment near a Japanese steakhouse that I adored. It was wonderful. And I never ate the steak there, but all the other food that wasn't sushi that I was having, but it was in the realm of Japanese food.
Okay.
So I loved it.
So number 9 on the list. Number 8, which for the longest time I would imagine sat a little higher than this, is French cuisine.
Yeah. Welcome. I see you just came from the Japanese place.
French cuisine is generally very, very rich, a lot of cream.
Yes.
And full of flavor. And it's great. But I never go to French restaurants.
No, that's what I was going to ask. When was the last time any of us went to a French
Laurel.
restaurant? Okay, but is that French?
I thought it was.
Maybe French
it's-
inspired.
I think it's French inspired, but I would consider that a classic French restaurant.
And I've been eating freedom fries for the past decade. So,
but Nick Elmy, he trained under French. Tutelage. Yes, thank you, Casey.
There's a French restaurant in Media. I went there, but only had alcohol.
Okay.
French wine.
What's it called, Kath?
I'm looking it up, Casey.
While you're looking up that one, there's another one in Collingswood, New Jersey, called June BYO, and they're huge fans of Preston and Steve.
Okay.
Thank you, June.
All right, June.
Send us some crepes.
Number 7 on this list. Well, Kathy, you're going to look for that? Or
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
Number 7 on this list is Indonesian food.
I don't have Indonesian music, so I'm playing Borat.
It's just, very much like Kazakhstani music.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah.
No. I have no idea what an example of Indonesian food would be.
Marissa, any idea?
Marissa, she's the connoisseur. I'm not.
No. I'm kind of sore. What happened? Who's
Kind of sorely losing.
Yeah, the study under you.
Any idea?
I'm trying.
Indonesian?
So there is a huge. I don't want to say the incorrect region.
Well, there's a dish up here called Nazi Goreng.
No, Nazi.
I'm
Nazi
sorry.
Goren.
Yeah, there's like a whole bunch of restaurants that have been opening up recently. I'm not sure of an Indonesian one, though.
Here is a description. Indonesian food is known for its use of rice, noodles, and meat, and there are many popular dishes, including rendang, soto, and bakso.
I've not really dabbled in this cuisine.
And I think it has a lot to do with their seasoning.
Satay, is that how you pronounce that? S-A-T?
Satay?
Yeah, I've had that before. Popular street food, skewered
Skewers.
chicken
How are your skewers?
that's grilled over charcoal fire, so it's pretty simple stuff.
In case the restaurant in media is Nick LaBelle
Epoque.
Okay.
And it's on State Street.
Number 6 on this list of top cuisine in the world, Turkish food.
Oh.
And I have not really...
Yeehaw! Welcome to Turkey.
I don't know much about Turkish cuisine.
A lot of... my mind goes to things like that would be similar to Indonesian, but I'm probably wrong.
All right. Then you have at number 5, Portuguese.
All right.
I do not speak that.
Which I have had Portuguese cuisine before. Very yummy.
So my sister-in-law is Portuguese, and my brother and she just went to Portugal. And apparently the food is quite wonderful.
No,
It
you know
wasn't
what?
Portuguese.
No, it's not Portuguese.
What was it?
Chilean.
It's spelled the same.
There's a C.
There's probably Portuguese people in Chile.
There's a C in there somewhere.
Or there are some Portuguese people who are Chile.
Right.
Or Portuguese people who like chili.
I know 3 people who went to Portugal last year, and they
Lucky.
all said, the reason that I bring it up is that they all said it was like their favorite vacation of their lives.
So that is, I think we mentioned this before. That has become a very hot spot for travel. Portugal.
So much so that they want to move there.
Oh, wow.
There's a dessert that is Portuguese. It's having a moment. It's called a nada. And it's pretty much like a little pastry with this like cream inside. It's very, very good. There's a place in Fishtown called Gilda that makes them very good. I mean, they've been around forever, but they're having a moment now.
All right.
And
excellent.
nada means nothing.
Yeah.
That's right.
But
well,
these
in
are not
Spanish,
nothing.
but maybe not in Portuguese.
No, it doesn't.
It means a lot.
Speaking of Spanish, number 4 on this list is Spanish cuisine. And I really don't know much about Spanish cuisine. I know Mexican cuisine.
You know
but not
tapas.
Spanish cuisine. Yeah, that's
Tapas
that's
is,
Spanish.
that's like from Madrid, Barcelona. Yeah.
Okay, Barcelona.
Yeah, have you ever been to Amada? It's one of
I have.
Garza's places. That's tapas and it's Spanish.
Okay, all right. Well,
Is there one in Wayne now?
And Amada, there's one in on Route 30 in Villanova. I don't know if there's one in.
Maybe that's it.
I went to the one at Revel Casino when that was around in Atlantic City.
Okay.
There was an Amada there.
Do you know what you don't often hear? I'm going to the new Spanish place in town.
Right.
So I think we default to Mexican.
Which is number 3 on the list. Mexican food is just fantastic.
And again, I've said it many times. I used to despise it, and now I love it.
That's my go-to. I love it. Like, and I can even eat, because I'm a picky eater. I can even eat some of the like traditional Mexican dishes.
Do you know it's a great dish? Rice and beans.
Yes,
I mean,
agree.
For Christ's sake,
100%.
something as basic as that.
Kathy, what's my new favorite place in Plymouth Meeting?
Oh, Plaza Azteca.
Plaza Azteca.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Man, Preston is here, everyone.
I had the enchiladas. I had they have like 1,000 different kinds of enchiladas there. It was so good.
I'll see a new Mexican restaurant, like just drive past it and be like, oh my, I have to go there. And there's one, I'm not, maybe it's, would I be driving through, where's like the terrain in Delaware
You have
County?
Wayne Radnor.
And what's the other one? Glen Mills. Mills. I think it was Glen Mills. I can't remember the name of it, but I passed by it. I was at Longwood Gardens and I passed by it. And I was like, oh,
I have to go there.
There's a Mexican restaurant. I have to come back and go
45 minutes
there.
away from my house. I got to go there. I could just go to Plaza Azteca, but I got to go there.
I got to go there.
So I have a Reyes Azteca, which is near me. That's in Edgemont, and it's same thing, same vibe, man. But you know what?
Giant margaritas.
Yeah,
I mean giant.
So well, when they ask you, they're like, "Do you want the regular size or the whatever the other, bigger size is?" It comes out, and you're like, "Oh."
Yeah, me and my buddy Jim were there having dinner, and I sent a picture of Kathy with the margarita. She's like, "You got the big one. Congratulations."
Oh, wait, that Mexican restaurant that I passed was Del Pez.
Del Pez.
Okay.
And with all the food, you tilt the head back and the food comes out.
Number 2, as far as most popular cuisine or best cuisine in the world, Italian, you would expect.
So that's default.
To be way up high. There's so much.
I've had a number of Italian go-to restaurants, and I do enjoy it. I'm trying to think what I go to the most. And it tends to be now more farm to table-ish kind of like a harvesty,
I think my favorite foods, though, like I love a Mexican restaurant. I love the food. I love the margaritas. I love the atmosphere. But I think like probably my favorite food to eat would be Italian.
Probably, because there's just so much.
There is.
There's loads of different things. There's It's never a bad idea to get Italian food, you know?
Yeah.
All right, and then number one on this list, and man, have I come around on this cuisine. Number one, the best food in the world, best cuisine in the world, according to, who did this list? Taste Atlas, Greek cuisine.
So I do love Greek cuisine. I've had it for many years, and we used to have a neighbor growing up who
Is
was...
this Two Girls in a Cup?
No, this is Yanni.
Oh, sorry.
Gosh.
Same thing.
And Two Girls in the Cup performed at the Parthenon. And all of that stuff, gyro and souvlaki and yeah.
You ever been to Estia?
No, I have not.
There's one in the city and there's one in Radnor, and it's Greek and it's fantastic. It's
That's
really
the
good.
one you sent me to,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Phenomenal.
I really like that place a lot.
Yep.
My sister-in-law is Greek, so we have a lot of homemade Greek foods, that they make. And I really, was not familiar with a lot of it until my brother married her. And, now we get
Do you have
this.
spanakopita?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God, it's so damn
and
good.
do you know how long it takes them to make that?
Like 9 days.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
She was like, I'm starting to make it. I was like, we're like 6 days out.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
No, but it's wonderful.
Preston, I got some good news for you on the Mexican front.
Yeah.
There is a Plaza Azteca opening up in Collegeville.
Oh,
wow.
So, you can have one more margarita.
That's about 5 minutes closer.
There you go.
You could stop on your way home at different Plaza Aztecas.
We could do, Kathy, we could
could
do
do
a
a
tour.
tour.
Margaritas to go, please.
There's one in King of Prussia, too.
Yeah, that's one I go to.
Excellent. All right.
And to circle back, if you like Greek food, you will like Turkish food. I think they're very similar.
Okay. All right. Good to know.
Welcome to Turkey.
We're going to play our first clip that is food related for today. And as prizes today, we're giving away tickets for the Philly Auto Show.
Awesome.
All right. So we have a food related clip. Let's see if we can identify the movie that this comes from on the Connoisseur segment. Here we go.
I prepared and handled raw food.
I hunt it. You cook it.
You shot a chicken?
Come on, honey. Save the jokes. We're starving here.
All right. 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know what movie that's from. Order up. So Costco. By the way, if you go on food websites, there are loads of Costco stories about what they serve and not just what they sell as far as take home and eat, like what they serve for you to stop and grab a bite to eat
They
while you're
pop
there.
up constantly.
So this one is about that. There is a beloved food court item that is back, but apparently it's not quite the same as it was before. Before the abrupt discontinuation in 2020, the combo pizza at Costco was all the rave, almost as popular as the signature $1.50 hot dog deal. 18 inches wide, 12 pieces. That's a big pie, by the way, 18 inches. For just $9.95 plus tax at Costco's over 600 warehouses. Considering ingredients and toppings, the combo pizza was basically a supreme pizza that members might get at a local restaurant. That means it had sausage, pepperoni, mushrooms, green bell peppers, red onions, black olives, and cheese. I'll tell you why I'm laughing in a moment. Where are the sausages? After it vanished in 2020, many customers were left distraught, and even some started a petition requesting Costco bring it back. Those pleas were answered in March of last year, with Costco noting the Kirkland signature combo pizza would return, but the twist was that it was only available in a takeout and bake option, so you take it home.
Okay.
And they don't make it there.
I also saw, and I just read the headline, but it was the most ridiculous things that people buy, and the whole article, the backdrop was a picture of Costco. So I wonder if some of this stuff is on there.
I don't know, but it meant that customers could grab the cold in-store pizza, take it home, make it themselves. Now, every Costco location now has the combo pizza available, and some members are offering mostly positive feedback about it, as opposed to the former $9.95 price point for the whole 18-inch pie. That's a damn good deal. The Kirkland Signature Combo Pizza is now $16.99. And some are saying it's not quite the same and it's more expensive, but it is indeed back.
So is Kirkland is
That's
Costco's
their
house brand.
Yeah.
But are they actually, does Costco, in other words, are they in a partnership with Kirkland, or is, is Kirkland literally the food manufacturing arm of Costco?
I don't know the answer to that. I think it's a partnership.
Okay.
And
it's their private label.
Okay.
So Costco owns them outright.
That's pretty wild, isn't it?
Yeah, and so Steve, I guess it's like one of those vertical branding things. So, so Costco is the overall corporate umbrella, and they own Kirkland, and so anything that Kirkland makes ends up in a Costco.
But Kirkland is like that's its own brand, or was its own brand initially, Nick?
I've only ever heard it associated with Costco.
Because there's like Kirkland home stores.
Well, they've co-branded with other places. So they've co-branded with Jelly Belly, Keurig, Ocean Spray, and even Starbucks. So I guess, Kathy, you'll find Kirkland stuff outside of a Costco.
Are you saying wherever fine foods are sold?
Well, I mean, unless it's a different brand, Nick, because it's like this is like home store furniture, stuff like that. Is that maybe it's different?
I don't know. The Kirkland signature, the stuff that Steve's talking about, that's owned by Costco, and that's the Costco's private label.
Okay.
All right, then one last thing. Another food court favorite at Costco, the chicken bakes, also caught the attention in December for allegedly getting 30% skinnier.
What?
And by the way, that thing is surprisingly good, I think. The chicken bake is a chicken sandwich. It's kind of like a roll, actually, with bacon and cheese dressing made inside a crispy crust shell.
And it is now skinnier?
It's what they're saying.
Oh, man.
Included in the post was
shrinkflation
image, of the customer holding two fingers up to the cheese, to the chicken bake to show the supposed difference in thickness.
One in the bake, two in the stink.
Several other members agreed, claiming that there was shrinkage and that the chicken bakes were far, far, far smaller than years prior.
By the way,
I'll have to experience that myself.
One thing we have to get back to now that we're post-COVID is the free samples. I miss those.
They're there.
Yeah. Costco.
I haven't had them. Well, not
they've
BJ's.
had them for a long time
BJ's. I got to get with the Costco.
Come on over to Costco, buddy.
There are two brands.
The water is wonderful.
One is a Kirkland signature brand, and then there's the Kirkland stores. And I think, Kathy, that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, that's a furniture home store brand. And then
Yes.
Kirkland's signature is Costco's
Two
brand.
different things.
I remember the Kirkland furniture stores. Yeah. Okay, let's see if you know what movie this clip is from. Here we go.
I prepared and handled raw food.
I hunt it. You cook it.
You shot a chicken?
Come on, honey. Save the jokes. We're starving here.
All right, we will go to Chris, see if he knows what movie that's from. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
We'll let it slide if you can give us the answer. What movie is that from?
It is Overboard.
Yes!
One of my favorite rom-coms.
Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn in that movie. It's a great movie.
It really is.
You know what my favorite lines is? There's the children they have, and they're all these kind of raucous, crazy kids. The older one has a girlfriend, he's walking away. One of the younger one goes, "Hey, Trav, don't knock her up."
Oh my God. The youngest kid from that movie is the kid that gets counted in Home Alone. So he's like the neighbor. He's like, "What?" Yeah, he's asking he's asking all the questions as they're loading up the van because they're late to get to the airport.
That's funny.
Good movie.
Hey, Preston, what were you laughing about a second ago? You said you were going to let.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Is it about Kirkland?
No, I sent this to you, a couple of you guys. It was on Instagram. It was something that just cracked me up, and it mentions he mentions a sausage and cheese pizza.
Okay.
And you know what? I'll plug in and I'll play the audio for you real quick if I can find it, because it's dumb. Trust me, it's really dumb. But this guy made this video of him pretending to order a pizza.
Okay.
And each time he does it, he changes his accent a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I laughed out loud.
It is so dumb.
Yeah.
But I must have watched this 10 times in a row and I was crying. So bear with me. I'll play this for you. It's going to be dumb, but here we go.
Yeah, hi. Can I get a sausage and mushroom pizza? Hey, how you doing? Can I get a sausage and mushroom pizza? How you doing? Can I get a sausage and mushroom pizza? How you doing? Can I get a sausage and mushroom pizza?
One more. That's what I was laughing at. That's what I was laughing at.
Also, the face that he makes is really, really funny.
It's like Stevie makes a De Niro-esque, way over the top face while he's there.
I get it.
All right. Let's see if we can identify what movie this clip is from.
Daddy, what are you doing?
Nothing. Eating nachos.
You get it from the concession stand?
No, I brought them from home.
What? No. What?
All right, what movie is it from? 215-263 WMMR. Next order up. Here's a local story. This actually came out right before we went on break, and I didn't get a chance to do it for Connoisseur, so I will mention this. Marissa, I'm sure, is aware. Little Walters has gained recognition from the New York Times for its pierogies for the second time this year. I think we might have talked about it the first time.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
That they got some recognition.
Yeah, they were Food and Wine, Best New Restaurant.
And in the New York Times, the East Kensington restaurants, pierogies z Dania. A dumpling stuffed with seasonal squash, kale, and horseradish was included in the newspaper's list of the 26 best dishes we ate across the U.S. in 2024.
I'm down with pierogies.
In September of last year, the New York Times named Little Walters among the 50 best restaurants in the country.
We were lucky to have them in here for a meet and eat.
It was pretty awesome.
Just a couple of months ago. It was pretty great.
Little Walters, a Polish restaurant run by Chef Michael Brenfleck, opened in June. At 2049 East Haggard Street. The New York Times complimented the ever-changing pierogi flavors at Little Walters, noting fillings of sweet corn in the summer, eggplant in the fall, and vegetables in the winter. The changes elevate the traditional Polish dish to new and delicious heights, they said. And Little Walters celebrated the nod. They had an Instagram post and said, "This accolade means the world to us, and we couldn't be prouder to share this beloved dish with you all." Alongside its seasonal pierogi plate, Little Walters also serves pierogi ruski with traditional potato and caramelized onions and pierogi, and I'm going to mess this up, skiersdilami, which has chicken wings, pickled salsa, verde, and blue cheese. So that was another big nod for them. Good for them. Yeah,
you a fan?
Love them.
Yeah.
Love pierogies. I got to be in the right mood for them.
Yes.
And I prefer the ones that aren't just stuffed with, mashed potatoes, essentially. I like the ones that get creative like this are really, really cool.
How do you like them prepared?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Steve. How do you like them prepared, Preston?
Fried.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Not boiled?
I like them boiled.
They're good boiled, but that the one thing about the fried though is when you bite into them, they kind of have a firmer texture and they can squish all that stuff out.
Is that any different than a dumpling at that point?
Probably.
I love dumplings. Yeah. I do love dumplings.
I mean, it is a form of dumpling,
right?
I think, but I don't think it's the same as an Asian themed dumpling.
My mother was, Southern style chef, and learned her mother, Southern cooking, and the dumplings were friggin' awesome. I miss those.
Be a conversation for another time, but my friends and I talk about the fact that every cuisine has its own dumpling.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
So,
yeah.
What's America's dumpling?
What's America's dumpling?
Like a cheeseburger dumpling. That would be good, actually.
No, one that has not been, made to be like a dumpling. Well, I tell you what, I mean, growing up, what we had regularly, my grandmother and my mom both made chicken and dumplings, and that was a Southern dish, and those were essentially made from dough.
Yeah.
And then that was put into a essentially kind of a stew that was made out of chicken broth, and man, did we eat those all the time. So those are actual dumplings.
We settled on Uncrustables.
All right, Uncrustables.
No, I need to come on your podcast. Okay. You need a Southern flair in there.
Also, Kathy, Little Walters is the place with the pickle martini.
Oh, and okay.
Little Walters, place to get the pickle martini.
Oh, all right, let's go. Can you come to Conshohocken and pick me up?
They were in here. You said right. That's right. You reminded me.
Right when they were opening
Was
up.
I here?
I don't know. Probably
Maybe
not.
they can come back and make pickle martinis.
Let's get on that. All right, let's see if you know what movie this clip is from.
Downey, what are you doing?
Nothing. Eating nachos.
You get it from the concession stand?
No, I brought them from home.
What? No. What?
All right, we'll go to Nick. Hi, Nick. Good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning to see you, Nick. What movie is that from?
I think that's from Semi-Pro.
Yes. That is correct, sir. Hang on, because we are going to give you tickets to the Philly Auto Show.
Yeah, a pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show, January 11th through the 20th at the Pennsylvania Convention Center, and tickets are available at phillyautoshow.com.
All right, here's our next clip. What movie is this food clip from? Here we go.
Secret to take out eggplant parmesan is extra cheese. Here we go.
That much cheese?
Oh, yeah. More cheese, the merrier.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know. Now, order up. Oh. Hold on a minute, everybody. Time for the fast food roundup. A couple stories that focus on fast food restaurants. We'll start with this one. Sabrina Carpenter, singer of Espresso, and Dunkin' have collaborated to introduce an exclusive new drink. Sabrina's Brown Sugar Shaken Espresso.
Good for her.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It debuts today with a new $5 meal at participating Dunkin' locations nationwide. Do you think when she or whoever wrote that song knew that, hey, there are many, if this is a hit, we have many
I'm
opportunities.
sure
here.
it at some point occurred to them.
maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to have a follow-up hit called Gordita Crunch.
Yeah, why not? Sabrina's Brown Sugar Shaken Espresso is an iced espresso-based drink shaken with oat milk and brown sugar to achieve a warm, sweet flavor. There's a new ad campaign featuring the drink and 2 other new beverages. The new Lava Cake Signature Latte.
Whoa!
That comes in hot and iced versions, and hot and iced Lava Cake Signature Coffee as well.
I love lava cake.
It is good stuff.
When it's made with authentic lava.
The new $5 meal deal includes 2 wake-up wraps and a hot or iced medium coffee drink for $5. Also from the world of fast food, Taco Bell
Thank you for bringing this up.
is testing out a new concept restaurant called Live Mas Cafe near San Diego, California. Is this the one?
No, that's not the one.
I think it's Live Moss.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Live Mas.
That-
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah.
Live to the extreme.
Easily read differently.
So the prototype restaurant, its specialty is drinks and faster service. The prototype restaurant aims to disrupt the beverage industry by introducing unique offerings like chillers, agua frescas, and specialty coffees alongside streamlined operations with self-ordering kiosks and limited seating. I wouldn't feel right getting coffee at Taco Bell because, say, coffee and a chalupa.
Yeah, gonna blow your ass out.
That's what I'm
What
thinking.
if you're going there for like breakfast though?
Maybe, but I don't know. It just doesn't mix. Okay, so what were you thinking I was going to talk about?
They're bringing out chicken nuggets, and I want to try them because they have like crunched up tortillas in the breading.
I'm down with that.
Yeah, right.
Are they spicier?
So speaking of which, they've combined the hot sauce and a ranch dressing to make like a hot sauce ranch dressing to dip in.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm
and
listening.
I haven't eaten since 8:00 last night. And I'm like,
Oh, that's right. Oh, Casey's got a medical procedure coming up, and he has to fast. So, yeah.
Case, what was the thing that, because people sent it to me to send to you on Instagram over the holidays, and then you
opening ranch dressing for
Yep,
Christmas.
that's what. Yeah, and
I got it too.
When you posted, you're like, yes, I've seen it 1,000 times.
There were 2 different kids. There was one girl and one boy. That 2 separate families. Okay.
It was sent to me to send to Casey, and I'm like, I'm not going to do that.
I appreciate you for that.
I sent Casey his own post about it.
That was acceptable.
All right, and then one last fast food item from the fast food roundup. Turns out that McDonald's has been quietly offering a birthday cake option for years, but it's not really advertised. The sweet treat is officially called the Ronald Birthday Cake. And the sheet cake comes in either chocolate or white and is topped with white frosting and a cute design.
Yeah, I mean, this was 30 years ago when I worked there, but we would host birthday parties, and when you would order a birthday party, because you had to like set aside the time and the space in the restaurant, you would get a cake as a result, and it had like this candy on it, like in the shape of one of the McDonald's characters. You know,
like
the hamburger.
funfetti?
No, like one of the hamburger or the Ronald McDonald or whomever. And it was the most sugary, sweet candy that I've ever. It's like it was nothing but pure sugar, and that was supposed to be the candy decoration on top.
So let me get this straight: no funfetti.
No, but I mean, again, Steve, it was 30 years ago. Maybe they've adapted and changed with the times.
It's made of asbestos back then.
No, funfetti didn't exist back then, right? That's
I don't
like
think so.
Yeah.
So prices vary by location, typically ranging between $9 and $20. Before you hop in the car and race over, though, it's worth calling in and ask if your location even carries them, because not every single franchise does. Yeah. The cakes are typically found in locations with play places or those known to host birthday parties.
I'd
like you were
like a
saying.
sheet cake, please.
When you worked there, Nick, did you guys have the playground equipment?
No,
on
but
property?
we would still host parties because mine was a family-friendly McDonald's.
Okay.
Run by Polly Doherty.
So even at spots that they are known to have them, stock is limited. So ordering one usually requires a phone call.
Nick, was your McDonald's like the one featured at Mac and Me?
I don't think it was that cool, and it had fewer aliens.
I'm a little bit bummed out because my McDonald's growing up, it's still there, but it's all brand new. And
is
so
it?
like that whole nostalgia. And Nick, do you remember the McDonald's at the Springfield Mall?
Oh, man. Oh, outside the mall?
No, it was inside the Springfield Mall. And it was right next to the children's place. And it had like a, dude, yeah.
All right.
I don't know. Sometimes I go through these like sad nostalgic moments.
There
was one right now.
There was a McDonald's on Route 100 in Exton. It might still be there, but Preston, it had the playground, and so kids it was one of the McDonald's in the areas that had the playground, so people would go there specifically for the birthday parties and get this cake that you're talking about.
Casey, are you feeling a little melancholy because you haven't had anything to eat?
That probably has something to do with it.
I bet it does.
Yeah.
I bet it does.
I'm so mad at myself. I drank a ton of water last night, but I didn't eat. The last thing I ate was a Reese's Fast Break bar.
There you go. I'm sure that's what they would recommend.
I wanted that protein in the peanut butter.
All right. We all have our axe to bear.
Yeah, our axe to bear. We all have our axes to bear.
Cross to bear. All right.
We all have our bears to cross.
Here is our clip. Let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Secret to take out eggplant parmesan is extra cheese. Here we go.
That much cheese?
Oh, yeah. More cheese, the merrier.
All right, we'll go to Dave. I think Dave might know. Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Good morning, Preston.
Dave, do you know what movie that is?
Yes, that was from Twins.
Yeah. Absolutely correct. Yep. All right, Dave, hang on, because here's what we got for you.
We got you a pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show. It's going to be January 11th through the 20th at the Pennsylvania Convention Center, and tickets can be found at phillyautoshow.com.
All right, let's play another clip, see if you know what movie this food clip is from.
Dimitri, sir, lobster and cracked crab for everyone. Extra primo good, Mr. Coleman, sir.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know. All right, order up. Last food story. And then I have a hack. I have a tip. Remember, from time to time, I'll throw a hack at you.
All right.
All right, I have two ice cream stories back to back. And they're similar as well because Dairy Queen is bringing back the S'mores Blizzard in the new year.
Okay.
S'mores Blizzard?
After giving customers the vote on which classic flavor to revive, this campfire-inspired dessert won by a landslide. Packed with marshmallow-filled chocolate pieces, crushed graham crackers, and soft-serve magic, it's a sweet reminder that sometimes our votes really do count.
So Dairy Queen is your jam, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Well, just because it's the closest.
Yeah.
Drive-through ice cream places. At Brewster's, it's a little bit further when we want to go a little deeper.
Yeah.
We go over there. By the way, you have to wait until April before this comes back around, actually.
Are Dairy Queens still open?
Oh, yeah.
They're open all year.
Yes.
Okay.
Some are. Mine's
the ones,
not.
Yeah, the ones that are walk-up ones
they're
are
not.
usually closed.
Okay.
But if they have an inside,
right.
I think they're still
Like
open.
that one at the Plymouth Meeting Mall, that's open year-round.
Where's that?
Inside
the mall?
Inside the mall. It's on the opposite side of the mall from where Chick-fil-A is.
Okay.
So for me, the graham cracker swirl is a home run every single time. So Ben & Jerry's has a s'mores one, and then I think it's Hershey's. It's Graham Central Railroad.
It's interesting that you say that, Casey. In the second story that I have, Hershey's and Breyers have teamed up to produce a first-of-its-kind ice cream collection with their new Campfire collection that includes s'mores ice cream, s'mores bars, and s'mores sandwiches.
S'mores sandwiches?
All of these feature Hershey's chocolate, marshmallows, and graham crackers. S'mores ice cream tubs and pints feature marshmallow-flavored ice cream. Sorry, one more time, if you would, please.
Of crackers.
Graham cracker crumbs and Hershey's chocolate swirls. The s'mores bars are toasted marshmallow ice cream encased in Hershey's chocolate and dipped in graham cracker crumbs, similar to a Good Humor bar, which is also a product owned by Breyer's parent company, Unilever.
Oh.
And what?
I was going to ask, is Breyer's still a local company? Because they were for when I was a kid. But
no kidding.
Now that they're owned by Unilever, I guess not.
They were local?
Yeah. There was a Breyer's, huge Breyer's neon sign right off of Schuylkill Expressway as you were heading to South Philadelphia. And so for a stretch, their factory was there. And one of the reasons I know that is that it was my dad's favorite field trip when he was growing up. When he was in elementary school, they got to do a field trip to the Breyer's factory, yeah.
Nick, my Little League baseball coach, Mr. Muff, worked for Breyer's. And
Mr. Muff?
Mr.
Shut
Muff.
up.
Yeah,
You gotta be
dude.
kidding me.
And I don't, because they live in the area, off air, I'll tell you what his daughter's first name was.
Okay.
But he worked for Breyer's. If we won baseball games, we got free ice cream.
How do you spell his last name?
Muff.
Muff.
That's a curse.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
His son was Harry, right?
Yes.
I will tell you, it was Dave, but I'll tell you what his daughter's name was.
All right, Marissa.
I don't want to one up all of you guys, but my mom grew up next to the Briners.
Oh, really?
Oh, I thought you were going to say she grew up next to the Muffs.
She did have 3 sisters.
Sorry?
I joked. I said
The
she did
Muff
have
sisters?
3 sisters.
Oh, okay. So they grew up next door to the Briars?
They grew up in
Sweaty,
Jenkintown.
stinky, and matted.
All right, let's take us back to ice cream.
Okay.
That's all. She would go to the house, and there was ice cream there all the time.
I'm sure.
It started in 1866 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Briars Company.
All right, and finally, the s'more sandwich contains toasted marshmallow flavored ice cream swirled with Hershey's chocolate and sandwiched between 2 graham cracker wafers. All right, we will see if you know what movie this is from. Here we go.
Dimitri, sir, lobster and cracked crab for everyone. Extra primo good, Mr. Coleman.
All right, we will go to Tom. Good morning, Tom.
What's going on, guys?
Just checking to see what movie that's from. What is it?
Trading Places.
Yes! That is correct. The very end of the movie. And we're going to give you these tickets.
Yes, you have a pair of tickets for the Philly Auto Show. It's going to start next Saturday, actually, January 11th through the 20th at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. Actually, the Black Tie Tailgate is going to be on Friday, but tickets can be found for all of that stuff at phillyautoshow.com.
We can squeeze in one more if that's okay with you, Case.
Sure thing.
Okay, last one, and then I've just a quick hack, and then we'll move on. So let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Oh, you got the ugly carrot.
What?
There's one in every bag. You have to eat it. It's good luck.
I'm not eating this.
Yeah.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. All right, order up. And the last thing we'll end with today is a kitchen hack. And then we will get a winner, and then we will wrap it up. This is interesting. Do you guys sometimes grate your own cheese?
Yeah.
No.
On a cheese grater. Kath, do you have the kind that looks like a
Yes.
box?
Yeah.
You hold like that? This is a really cool hack because especially if you're grating like a softer cheese, like a cheddar or something along those lines, it kind of gets squished and mashed on the box.
It reclumps.
So it can make a difference if you do a little bit of prep for easy cleanup afterwards because it gets all that gunk on there. Use a quick spritz of cooking spray on your cheese grater.
Okay.
And number one, it'll slide easier as you are grating it. And then cleanup afterwards is a breeze.
Just like that.
How about that?
I did a bunch of cheese plates and charcuterie boards over the holiday. Like that was my, that's what I brought wherever I went because I'm not baking or I'm not cooking anything. So anyway, and I sliced cheese up, right? It was a block of cheese. I got a couple of different ones and I sliced them up and I put them on the plate. And I was at a girls' weekend and my one friend was like, "Oh, would you slice this yourself?" And I was like, "Yes." And she's like, "No, you didn't." I'm like, "Yes, I did." She's like, "No, you didn't. These are too perfectly cut. You didn't slice them."
Wow.
I was like, "Why is this a thing?" And like my other girlfriend was like, "Yeah, we always slice our own cheese when we make plates like this." She's like, "No, you guys didn't. You bought it like this." But I was like, I was more laughing at like that was a thing. She didn't believe me about
that's the hill she's going to die on. Yeah.
the cheese.
But it's also a compliment. Your perfect slices.
My perfect slicing.
How about that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, use
Like
a
a
little
surgeon.
Use a little cooking spray on your cheese grater, and that'll keep the cheese from sticking on there and make it a little bit easier to clean up, and also just easier to grate in general. All right. We'll see if you know what movie this clip is from.
Oh, you got the ugly carrot.
What?
There's one in every bag. You have to eat it. It's good luck.
I'm not eating this.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to go to Nicole. Hi, Nicole. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to see you, Nicole. So name the movie.
That is Bridesmaids.
Yes. Bridesmaids is correct. And here is what we have for you.
A pair of tickets for the Philly Auto Show, January 11th through the 20th at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. Tickets are available at phillyautoshow.com.
Nick just pulled up a video of a woman holding the grating cheese box sideways and doing it that way. And that way all the cheese collects right inside the box, and then you dump it where it
Interesting.
holds it in place, and then you can go dump it where you need to put it.
So many innovations.
Yeah, we'll come up with some other hacks for you down the road. All right, that is it for the Connoisseur. First one of 2025. Hopefully you got something out of that. And we will do it again in the very near future, next week, of course. But we need to take a break now because in just a few minutes we are going to have composer Mick Giacchino on the program, our buddy Michael Giacchino's son, and he's involved in some big projects. So we'll come back in a moment with that and more, probably the junk drawer as well. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
And, here it is, yes.
I like the unusual flavor of Thunderbird wine. It's an exceptionally good drink for every occasion. Thunderbird has an unusual flavor all its own.
Unusual flavor. What I imagine perhaps a sloth seminal fluid to taste like.
Oh, my God.
Wow. That's unusual for sure. As I'm only guessing, having not ever gone down on a sloth. Unusual, for sure.
Nobody's ever said that.
Oh, my God, I'm wheezing like crazy. Oh.
Not quite like anything I've ever tasted.
Actually, physically sticks in my teeth, which you don't find in most liquids.
I suggest that you try Thunderbird. It's really delightful.
Best way to get rid of unwanted friends.
This is peak lazy. Walmart has revealed it is testing a service in Silicon Valley that delivers groceries straight into customers' refrigerators.
They'll pack your fridge for you?
Yep.
They'll pack your ass, Preston.
You moving? Bend over and I'll pack your
All
ass.
right, is this because,
help you pack your ass?
Amazon, you have Amazon is like pantry or whatever, and then Amazon Fresh, where they deliver it to your
How about
doorstep.
Amazon Rectum, where they actually feed you the food and then push it through your...
Oh, dear God.
Yeah.
So the problem we have with the Amazon Fresh isn't really anything except for the fact that when they pack the frozen food and the perishable foods, they have ice packs to keep it like fresh. Now we have like 70.
You don't have to keep them.
70 ice packs.
You don't have to keep them.
Right?
You
Do
can
you know what?
actually throw some of them out
If
if
you
you
can,
want.
drop them off at retirement homes. They love to play with them.
Wait a minute. So you feel obligated to keep them all?
Well, all right. So they did come in handy for the shore this past summer.
I keep a couple of them.
Yeah, we kept a whole bunch in the freezer. So when we would take a cooler down to the beach or whatever, but
can't you return them?
I guess you
No,
could.
It's just plastic with
hang on.
water in it.
Oh, all right.
It's
Wait,
not.
by the way, what is it just plastic with
No,
water in it? Because
it's-
those things stay frozen for days.
No, yeah. Poke one open, drain it out.
Drink it.
Drink it.
Drink it.
No thanks.
and then no, I'm saying if you want to get rid of them, and then throw it in the recycling.
Isn't
my
it
point is I don't
airline
think-
employee semen? Is that what it is?
I don't think it's just water. I will bet you.
Oh,
What?
that would be a great idea.
wait a
I will
Okay.
bet you
Oh.
a shopping spree
Oh.
that it is more than just water. What do you mean no?
Make it more interesting.
Well,
Shopping
what's
spree.
his?
I want your ripped shirt.
Yeah, complete the
You have
rip
to
on
wear
your
it.
shirt.
Back.
Rip
With
it
the
all the
underpants
way
down.
down.
Rip the rest
of your shirt.
Yeah.
And you got a bet.
We now rip it below knocker level.
You have to puncture them first, right? You can't
No.
just throw them away full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that too much effort?
Did you say yo? Or did you say no?
I said yeah.
yeah.
Yo.
Okay.
I said yeah.
Yo, buddy.
Yo.
Anyway, yes, we started hanging on to a few of those as well, and then what am I doing? And I just started throwing them away. So.
I'm done with the code I wanted to make out of these.
Mm-hmm. All right, hold on.
What?
We may
Breaking news?
No, it's not. No, it's not breaking news. Don't do it.
Too late.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
A lot of texts are coming in
Breaking news.
saying that they've opened those things up and there's all kinds of blue stuff and sticky and
Oh my gosh.
things inside of it.
Kathy, where's he going to take you?
Where are we going? Saks, Preston, right after the show.
Sex?
Sex right after
yeah.
the show.
Sex
Wow.
after the show with Kathy.
Here's another one. So it says the packs say on it that you can cut them and empty them down the drain.
Oh, well, I don't read things.
Here's somebody says I'm the owner of Amazon. The fluid is from aborted babies.
Oh, good God.
Another level.
Okay, I don't know.
That's not funny.
But what see? Now you may be thinking about your service. Is yours from Amazon?
No, mine's HelloFresh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do.
Hello, Fresh.
Blue Apron. I want to go to this call on the line real quick, and then we're going to take a break in just a moment. So I'm going to go to Harry. Hey, Harry, how you doing?
Good. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, bud?
Hey, most townships have a thing like once a year or so. They call it, one of the names they use is called Clean Sweep.
Yeah.
And if you have like paint cans or drain cleaner or something like that you don't want any kind of chemical like that.
Household hazardous waste. Yeah.
Yeah. You could take it there, and most of them don't charge you anything for it because they just want you to get rid of it safely.
I got to look for that because I have a whole bunch of paint cans I'm looking to get rid of. I have all the stuff from my meth lab I'm looking to get rid of. Yeah.
No, I have a ton of stuff that I need to throw
And you never
out.
know, and you don't want to like battery acid or you know what else I have a lot of those old kerosene, not kerosene, those old the fuel for the little
Oh yeah.
barbecues. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the
little containers,
propane tanks, right?
The mini propane tanks.
Go to your trash provider or trash, whatever you want to call it.
Trash.
Not your trash
I didn't get
provider.
my trash delivery this week. I'm sitting here without any garbage. Everyone looks like they're far more.
Your disposal provider.
Where is my trash delivery? I put the cans out at the curbside. I'm waiting. Everyone else has their trash. Do you want me to look like an idiot? Sorry, sir.
What am I paying for?
Do you want general trash, or do you want hobo trash? Do you want the classic fish bones and flies, or do you want?
We go with large,
boxes, styrofoam, stuff like that would be fine.
Yeah.
Shredded paper, documents that make me look important. All right, sir.
We're sorry for the confusion.
We are the nation's #1 trash provider. Anyhow, if you call it your trash service, or go on their website, it will tell you how you can go about disposing of household hazardous waste.
I always forget to do that, so you end up with 45 cans of old paint in your house.
Yeah, that's true. If you're just tuning in, it's Michael Cudlitz who is here with us.
The earlier roles, you have 90210. You're also in Dragon the Bruce Lee story, right?
Hey, Chinaman, teach us those moves.
Wait a minute. You were in that scene?
Yeah, he's one of the.
I am that scene.
Wait, where
I'm Bruce Lee.
No.
Dude, you were phenomenal.
I'm amazing.
You looked Asian.
Wait, when he was in the going to college and he's training in the.
I represent the man.
Okay, I have to go back and I've seen that movie a bunch of times.
But you
were very forgettable in it. I'm sorry.
Thank you. What's the show again? What do you guys do? When does this air? This will be on TV later, right?
Yeah.
But listen,
radio. They still do that.
We're huge in Lakewood.
I know nobody's there, so I couldn't tell you. I'll go back and see what's going on.
Listen, I got on board with The Walking Dead very, very late. It was I didn't start until the 6th season. Then I watched every day, and in fact, it helped me out. It actually helped me lose some weight because I made a decision that I got it on Netflix. And I'm going to watch. The only time I'm going to watch it is when I'm exercising. So it became my appointment to exercise. I could only exercise when I was watching Walking Dead. I could only watch Walking Dead when I was exercising. It was actually a really cool thing to do. So I became a huge fan of this. I've gotten all the way up to the end of season 6. And then it stopped on Netflix. It ends.
Oh my god!
And then I had to wait because I couldn't go watch the current. I had to wait until it came back around. So that just recently.
And we kept you protected. We kept you in the
Nobody
dark.
told me anything. And Casey says, "Listen, before Michael comes in, watch the first episode of season 7."
He's a giver.
He is. I didn't watch it, but I read on my little prep sheet a little spoiler alert. So I found out today, man. I'm sorry.
All right, it's okay. I may or may not come back by the end of the season.
There's always flashbacks, man. And
no,
maybe,
last year. She's over here going, no, end of season 7.
I mean, even now, there's still some people who are not quite sure what happens to your character.
I know. Well, yes, and that's the thing where where does that line drawn? Where you can't talk about that.
Yeah,
bro, it's like,
come on, dude.
It's been a year.
Yeah.
We get to talk about it. Abraham's dead. Dead. Okay, if you're listening in your car and you're driving your kids to school, Abraham is dead. Not only Abraham is dead, then they kill Glenn.
Yeah. Oh, and that was
You're
pretty
right.
brutal
There needs to be an expiration date.
Like a come to Jesus moment. There should be, like in the Hunger Games, an announcement across on some universal PA system. Yeah. Okay, now we can talk about it.
For some reason, the final scene in the end of season 6 stuck with me for a long. I thought about it every single day, just because it was gripping, and obviously it was a. You don't know who's on the receiving end of the bat, and I don't know why, but every single day, at least once a day, I would just think Negan, bat, head. And that's
Who is it?
Who is it? And it wasn't.
And we all thought it was gonna be Maggie. Let's beat up the sick pregnant lady.
Yeah.
Right, network television.
To me, it didn't
look
matter
at
who
him.
it was. I just knew that somebody that I had cared about for a few years was going to be gone, and I had preferred it to be Eugene, but it wasn't.
Yeah, me too. I was hoping for that.
That annoying bastard.
The reaction. I'm a fan of the show too, so I was kind of like a little part of me was pissed off that they did us both at the same time. But it's kind of brilliant too because it's so brutal, and it is that reminder that Kirkman always says he wants to constantly remind the audience that it's a dangerous world that we're living in. It's not Star Trek, where Captain Kirk he's in danger, but that's okay because he'll be on next week.
Exactly.
It's like,
exactly.
he may actually blow Captain Kirk's head off this week.
Yeah,
and that changes the whole viewing experience.
It does.
And I would argue that these two deaths were not actually any more violent than anything we've seen on the show, but you don't care about any of those other characters.
That's a good point.
About these characters,
because other characters have been ripped apart.
Oh, Noah got it nailed in the revolving door up against the glass, getting ripped apart. We've had people literally holding their guts, going, "What? I don't." Jeez. I mean, there's been some really nasty, awesome visual stuff.
I think for me, I got to the game a season late. It might have been 2 seasons late, and for me, it was because I didn't want to watch a zombie show, and then I realized that this is not. It's not a horror show, and I didn't realize it until I was probably about halfway through the first episode, maybe second episode, because I kind of watch horror movies with my hands over my eyes, and I realized that
WMMR.
I wonder if our next guest has any snow in the forecast today where he's checking it from.
Well, he's in New York, so possibly.
I thought he was in California.
No, I did too, yeah.
Oh, well, he may very well be.
He might, yeah.
And he didn't have to get up 3 hours earlier.
That's right.
Now to do this interview, which is cool. The Golden Globes are this weekend.
Yes.
The show The Penguin is up for a few awards, which is really, really
well
cool.
deserved.
Our next guest has written the score for the show, and I'm going to play a little bit. This is called March of the Penguins. Dark March feel to it. I love it. And he is also working on Skeleton Crew, which is coming out on next Tuesday, actually, on Disney Plus. And we know his dad. We would like to welcome Mr. Mick Giacchino to our program this morning. Hey, Mick, how you doing?
Hey, doing great. How are you doing? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man, our pleasure. Absolutely. How often does your dad? He's got to bring us up all the time.
You're joking, but he does.
Really?
He talks about you guys all the time. Yeah, he loves you guys.
Oh, that's awesome to hear that. Do you, in fact, reside? It looks like that is a more than temporary abode behind you. You live in New York?
Oh, no. This is my aunt's apartment. By the way, you guys did scare me with that snow forecast. I had no idea.
Yeah, so
sorry about that.
Born and raised in California, I assume?
Yep.
So
sunny California, yeah.
Not that often then. Hey, Mick, I want to ask you right off the bat. Do you recall you and I kind of almost collabed a little bit for a minute?
Oh, I do.
Okay.
I do remember. Yeah.
Yeah, so
we're during the lockdowns.
It was during lockdown, and Mick was working on a piece of music. I want to say, did it have to do with Johnny Quest or something like that?
It was a Johnny Quest take.
Yeah.
It was a friend of mine was doing a comic book, and he wanted just a little theme song for him. So I was like, oh, let's, Johnny Quest, that theme is great. And I know he loves shows like that. So I was like, let's do our take on that. So
yeah, and your dad had seen some videos of me playing drums before, and he's like, well, you could reach out to Preston. He could do the drum part for you. So Mick sent me over the charts that he wrote, and I'm like, I am not a studio musician. I'm like, this is too hard for me to play.
Yeah.
And also, he wanted very specific sounds. And
my hand is broken.
He wanted these specific MIDI hookup to get these very specific drum sounds. I didn't have that. I sent you just some stuff that I'm like, well, here's what I would do. And I played this and I sent it to you. And then I never heard from you again, Mick.
Well, I tried. I had to ghost you. No. It sounded. No, what you did was great. It was just, we realized that it was like just the MIDI drums. They get you to a point, and then we were like, we should try to get a real drum kit for this.
But can I say though that I collaborated with you? Can I at least just state
100%.
There we go. So then is this a reveal? You will be at the Golden Globes this weekend?
I didn't want to tell you guys, but I may be late Monday coming back for work. No. Well, listen, and when your dad had told me about that and we started coordinating, I was like, well, this is really cool. This kid's doing this. Maybe and how old were you at the time? How old are you now, by the way?
I'm 27.
You're 27.
And, let's see. So I guess I would have been 22.
Yeah, I'm like,
22, 2020. Yeah.
I thought, okay, he's dabbling in this. This is fun, cool, kind of taking,
more than a dabble, right?
Well, yeah. Now I'm like, oh my God, you have totally legitimized, and this is a career path for you, and that's got to be. I mean, first of all, let's back up a little bit. Watching your dad do what he has done all these years. Do you just have you sat back and observed while he's been doing this?
Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's one of the greatest gifts just to go, be able to go to a recording session. And so every time he would have them as I was growing up, he would pull me and my siblings out of school for the day, and we would go just listen to the orchestra. And my favorite thing to do was go sit out in the room with the players, and I would slowly walk around the orchestra and just listen to all the different sections. And so I would sit with the horns, I would sit with the strings or the trumpets, and just pay attention to what everyone was doing and how they all kind of came together as a whole.
So your musical education, obviously, so that ignited the spark. You're like, I love this. I love this atmosphere. I love being around this energy. And then you yourself pursued. Was there one particular? Were you focused mainly on piano, or what was your original entree into becoming a musician yourself?
Yeah, well, so up until 5th grade, the only thing I would listen to were film scores. And my dad was like, I love that you're listening to all this stuff, but you should probably listen to some pop music. And by pop music, he meant Billy Joel and the Beatles. So old pop, but it got me stuck in the 70s. So like somewhere around, sorry, I'm getting over a cough, but somewhere around elementary school, I started taking some piano lessons and started getting a little bit more serious about it in 7th grade. And by high school, I was playing in bands with friends. We were playing, doing rock covers or writing our own songs. And then around mid-high school or so, started kind of getting more interested by film scoring and the just orchestral writing.
Yeah, I think it's so awesome because one of the first conversations we had with your dad, because I was that kid as well. I listened to movie soundtracks that predated me by decades, but that I just fell in love with. And the fact that I've read an interview with you, and it was something that your dad and I bonded on instantly, love of Jerry Goldsmith and Bernard Herrmann and all these older, legendary composers. And the fact that you followed suit now and with the Penguin, which is a phenomenal series to be attached to. Thank God it was season 1 batted out of the park. But you what I loved is that I hear a lot of Bernard Herrmann in the soundtrack for the Penguin, the violins and the art sort of cutting way that you his theme and his kineticism and everything. It just, am I correct in assuming Bernard Herrmann figured into a lot of your musical choices?
Oh yeah, it's funny. Yeah, actually in that 100%. I mean, I love his scores. North by Northwest is just one of the, I feel like, greatest movie pieces of music, and just a great piece of music in general, like of all time, that overture. But I was definitely, Psycho was a big inspiration on me for the Penguin, trying to keep it string based, and also just for that main theme as well. Just I can't come up with a little motif, the ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum, and I was listening to Psycho. I was like, oh, you know what, this is kind of like an interesting basis for how I could structure this melody. So I listened to that and and from there it grew, and I ended up adding a drum kit, which was actually built out of trash cans. And
wow.
And we had just a full string section that grew out of that.
Mick, over the last 30 years, Rogue One is probably my favorite Star Wars sort of a TV show or movie. I love Rogue One a lot, and I really love the Batman. And your dad did Rogue One, and your dad did the Batman, and then you're in the Star Wars universe with Skeleton Crew, and then obviously sort of the non-sequel sequel to the Batman was Penguin. When you get these projects and you realize that this is going to be your job for a bit, is it daunting to follow in your dad's footsteps, or you just do your best and that's what the job is? Yeah,
I mean, honestly, it's a little bit of both too. I mean, there's, I mean, he's written so much great music for these projects, and so there is an element of like a little bit of fear for sure, of like, oh my God, I can't do this, or like I'm not going to be able to reach that same level of quality. But I think with any job, there's going to be a little bit of that fear, and then you just kind of be like, all right, you know what? Like for Skeleton Crew, I was like, all right, I'm not going to. This is a Star Wars show, but I'm not going to think about it fully as a Star Wars show while I'm working on it, because first off, that's just too daunting.
Yeah.
And second off, it's like it exists within the Star Wars world, but it's doing its own thing. It's really more akin to like the Goonies or Back to the Future or E.T., which again, all have amazing music, but I think just it takes a little bit of the franchise pressure off of it to think of it with those first. And like, the score, like it has moments where it does the Star Wars thing, and it has a lot of it is, more piratey, or it's more,
comedic.
At times, but I think, you definitely wanted to play things comedically, but I also really wanted to make sure that we were playing the kids very seriously as well. So that, because early on in the show, I told John Watson, Chris Bongiorno, and Chris Ford, the creators, that just how much I loved the writing on it. I was like, I feel like the kids are so hard to get right, and I feel like you got like the perfect balance of their age, but not feeling too old and not feeling too young. And what they said to me was that they were like, well, like, it's just that these kids like are serious. They take everything that they do seriously, and that was. I wanted to take that into the music as well, make sure we weren't being like, oh, look at these dopey kids. Like, no, they're serious about what they're doing. So the music's going to be played seriously. I mean, it could be played fun, but still, they're taking themselves seriously.
Mick, I wanted to ask about your professional relationship with your dad, because as a parent, I've learned things throughout the years, and that is when offering up a critique for my kids, sometimes it's not a good idea to do it without being asked to do it. And so therefore you have to be cautious, although I may see something and go, you may have tried to do it this way. Is there any of that, or is it all you do? Does he only give you advice when you ask for it, or does he offer it up without?
That's a good question. I would say, I mean, look, I usually ask for it just because, it's like, I just, especially at the start of a project, I'm just like, hey, what do you think of this? I just wanted to, and he's always been very supportive, and like he'll, sometimes have little thoughts or stuff. But there's one scene I remember at the end in episode 8 of Skeleton Crew, so I can't talk about exactly what was happening yet. But I showed him a cue to just get his thoughts on it, because there was one part that I was thinking of. He didn't give any notes on that part, and he gave notes on this other section where I was like, I'd been so happy about it. He was like, make this simpler. It should just be a sustain. And I'm like, oh, wait, no, that's not what I wanted.
Why did you pay attention to that? That's hilarious.
But so I pushed back a little bit on it, and we ended up finding a middle ground that I think actually worked better than what I started with.
All right.
Of just kind of, and so, again, look, there's sometimes,
yeah, I mean,
there's always a little bit of that, but it's he's usually right, though, is the thing.
You're clearly competent. You're not an idiot.
Frustrating.
You're not going to not seek his opinion. I have to ask you, because on a director's level, sometimes they will parse a script out to an actor in a series because they don't want scenes that are coming down the way to inform how this actor is going to react in that episode, in that moment. They can't know things ahead of time. You as a composer through the Penguin, which is jam-packed with what the F moments, did you approach it that way, or did you see the whole series and then score to that?
I'd watch a few episodes at a time, because, again, I remember something that my dad talked about on Lost was how he didn't like watching the episodes ahead. Like, they would try to send him the scripts and tell him what happens later in the season. He's like, no. I want to be surprised. He's like, I want to be put in the audience's shoes to so that I'm not like leading them anywhere. I am in step with the viewer. And so I did a little bit of that on the Penguin. There was a couple things that came up, there like the big Vic things at the end of the show, and various other moments, like Oz with the Maronis with his wife and his son. That scene in episode 5. Those were things that I found out a little bit early, and because there's a little bit of it that needs to know where it's going, but I definitely wanted to try to keep a little bit of that surprise as well, so that I'm walking in step with the viewer.
Well, and you talk about doing something, as your dad has mentioned, like with John Williams or whatever, honoring the spirit, but taking it in its own way. This is not the Batman. It is tangential to the Batman, but there's its own psycho Norman Bates level stuff going on, and so you service that. I wanted to know that. I wanted to ask you. You talk about John Williams and kind of the Amblin films and that sort of time, and I think John Williams has a soundtrack that always gets overlooked for The Towering Inferno, which I think is tremendous, and it's amazing. And he actually has a score written for the building itself. And I think it's underappreciated. What do you think of your father's work, since you're in your earliest days? What do you think is the most underappreciated soundtrack that your dad has done?
I don't know if this is underappreciated necessarily, but Speed Racer is like one of my favorite things he's ever done. I love that movie. It's such a blast, and it just again, like, I felt like he did such a great job of like weaving the cartooniness into like the just doing the hybrid of live action cartoon with the music as well as on the screen, and just I always get amped up when I hear that music.
I just saw it recently, and I hated the movie when I first saw it, and now I'm like, okay, now I get it.
Yep.
It is a loving, meticulous recreation of the cartoon, and the soundtrack is great. Yeah, so that would definitely be underappreciated.
Yeah, it's been definitely getting like a resurgence in terms of people revisiting it from who hadn't seen it since it came out, because it didn't do very well. But I've gone to multiple screenings for it over the years, and there was about a year or two ago I went to a 35 millimeter screening back in Los Angeles that I just found online, and they were like, all right, like how many people here have seen this movie before? And about half the audience did, and the guy was like, all right, the rest of you are in for a real treat. And I remember this person sitting next to me, and just their jaw dropped like the entire movie of like, what am I looking at?
Yeah. There's nothing like it.
Oh, it's over the top.
There's nothing like it. Again, they were like laughing a lot, and just it was a great energy.
Cool.
It's great to see with an audience.
Mick, speaking of underappreciated, I really liked Muppets Mayhem on Disney Plus, and I know you did some of the music on that. First of all, what was it like working with the Muppets, or tangentially working with the Muppets? And second of all, what is your favorite Muppets project from over the years?
Oh, it's the best. I mean, like the Muppets I grew up with, and just watched the Muppet Show, a bunch of the Muppet movies, and so it was so surreal getting to work with them. And I got to visit set for a reshoot day one time, and like they're bigger than you think they are. Yeah. And there's this weird moment where like in between shots when they had to set up a new angle, they would take the puppets off, and they I don't know how much I should be talking about this, but they put them on a stand. And they look dead. They're like just leaning back with their mouths open. And I'm like, it looks like you put like a Muppet on a steak. And it's like a warning
oh my God,
to the Muppets to stay away.
It's terrifying.
But the second the hand goes in the puppet, like even if it's like upside down or whatever, I'm like, it's alive. There's movement. It's a really weird phenomenon where I would see the performers talking, but I'm not looking at them. I'm just looking at the puppet.
Yep.
But I think one of my favorite Muppet projects is definitely Muppet Treasure Island. I loved that. I still do love that. All the songs in it are so great. And I want more Muppet projects like that, where they just adapt to, the classic story or something. And just, it's like, all right, Muppets are in this world. It's not questioned. It's just, there they are,
So in the capacity of like working with, whether it be, with the Star Wars or the Muppets or the Penguin, you have to connect to the director. Your dad has worked with Matt Reeves a number of times, and it was my understanding that he favors repetitive, sort of simple music. Does it, part of what you do and part of what someone who writes movie and television scores has to possess is the ability to be a chameleon and to really reflect as effectively as you can the director's vision? I mean, I assume that's cornerstone to what you do, correct?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Cause it's funny, like the repetition thing was something that I went into the Penguin with, being like, okay, I know that he likes this minimalism. He likes it when things repeat. He likes it when things are sparse as well. And Lauren LaFranc, the showrunner, like happened to enjoy the same thing as well. So that was great. That I could kind of find a way to make them both happy. And I remember I'd be on reviews, and there'd be like sometimes they'd be like, okay, hold on, this thing that's happening right here, let's take a second. They're like, this thing over here, let's do it again. Okay, now let's do it again. And it would just be like, and I'm like, this sounds like nothing. And then I would listen to it in context with the scene too, and be like, oh, okay, oh yeah, no, this is working. It's like, might not be much to listen to on its own, but like in context with what's happening on screen. And I thought one of the most interesting things was that during those reviews was obviously you're writing the picture. You don't want to get in the way of dialogue or performances or anything like that, or be distracting necessarily. But there's moments for it. And I just remember working on this one scene in episode 8 where Oz is meeting with the councilman in City Hall. And we were really shaping it. I'd written this piece that the bones of which stayed, but we were carving out spaces so that it was really like orchestrating the score with the dialogue on screen, and the dialogue was a performer in the orchestra as well. So
it's interesting because you have, and you just said it. You can't get in the way of the dialogue. You can't get in the way of the beats that the director's laying down, but yet you also are a character in the movie as well. We've talked how many times, how many movies that we adore that were they bereft of the music that we've grown to love, it would not be the same movie. So, I guess I didn't really think about it in that term. You don't want to, like I was watching outtakes from Seinfeld, and Kramer came into a room and the door closed and killed one of his lines. And it's like, you can't have those distractions.
Yeah.
Mick, I wanted to piggyback on a question that Steve asked earlier, and this is a spoiler-free question. So if you're listening and you've not seen The Penguin, when did you get to see the last scene of The Penguin? And did you know what was going to happen when you saw that?
Yes. You mean like the very last
scene
shot?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Well, yes. There was a couple different versions of it that I saw actually. There's again, without spoilers, there's just there's a couple times he looked up and out the window and he would see the thing or whatever, and like had a line or something that I would always laugh at. But I think what they landed with, where it just pulls out of the apartment and just the city skyline, I think was the great way to go. But it was they're originally trying to play it as a comedic beat, and I think it was kind of what they went with was the right tone.
Oh, yeah.
It was great, but before as well. But that got me excited though. I was like, okay, cool.
I still want to keep in. For people who haven't seen it, you need to see The Penguin. But you are a massive Batman fan. Reading about you, and your dad gave me one of the great pleasures of my life, which he debuted the basic Bat theme for the Batman. We were doing a Zoom, and he was at his piano in his studio and started, laying it out there. I have to imagine that when you first see in person I assume it was Rob Pattinson in the Batman costume or any Batman paraphernalia as a Batman freak, do you get weak in the knees?
Oh yeah, 100%. I just a friend and I just went to Warner Brothers is like a 5-10 minute drive from my apartment back home, and the studio store is open to the public. Like you can just go and we had my friend and I had just seen Batman Returns at the New Beverly Theater in Los Angeles. There was a screening of it, and for the anniversary of the film and also just Christmas time, they had all the like a bunch of the costumes, and they had like the Bat Missile out in the the entryway to the store. So we were like, we have to go check this out. And it was just, I don't know, whenever I see like a full bat suit, I'm just, I'm like little 10-year-old me is like, oh.
You can never, your dad has clearly never lost it, and you can't lose it either. I think it's what makes you guys so good at what you do.
So Mick, with the success of The Penguin, like I was saying, Golden Globes this weekend up for some awards, and now you've got Skeleton Crew as well. And you've already done, several projects. But this has got to step things up exponentially, I would imagine, with these two projects. As far as offers coming to you and so on, has that already started to happen on the heels of the success of these, these two projects?
Yeah, definitely. There's been, I'm still like, we're figuring out what the next thing is right now. But I've talked to a few people about some things, and it's just, I think I always knew that, like, all right, once Skeleton Crew came out, I would, and Penguin obviously came first. I wanted to start using those to kind of be like, all right, let's see what else I can come up with next, and we'll, go from there. But yeah, definitely there's conversations happening. And,
nice.
Well, maybe this is premature to ask, but your dad has gravitated into directing and done quite a damn good job of it. And as I know, he's working on them. And a good composer who has that kind of ability. It's happened before. Do you have any designs? Is that well down the road? You're still obviously in the beginning of this career, but is that something you're entertaining and keeping in the drawer to pull out later?
I mean, not necessarily. I think music is where I'm at for right now, and I love doing that. But growing up, I always was making stop motion movies with my cousins, and we would make movies, live action films as well. And it was always something I was interested in high school, and I've just always loved the craft and just watching films. And like my friend and I watched the first 25 minutes of Jurassic Park the other day, and we're just ogling over like everything. And so like I have a great appreciation for it, but I think right now that job sounds like there's way too many people asking you questions, and you need to have way too many answers that I'm like, leave me alone.
You're probably making a good call on that.
I think the dream version of it to me sounds better than the actual job.
Right. Yeah. As in so many things.
There'd be too much pressure on me.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, man, congratulations on the success so far. And I'm sure we'll stay in touch because we're definitely in touch with your dad regularly. But it's nice to touch base about this. And, like we were saying that Skeleton Crew is coming out episode 7 will be on Tuesday. So that's the next one that you can check out. And we'll keep an eye on what else you've got going on, man. Congratulations so far, and thanks for checking in with us this morning.
Amazing. Thank you so much for having me, you guys.
Of course, and Happy New Year to you. I'll play a little bit of the Skeleton Crew on the way out. Let's hear from Mick Giacchino. Yeah. And this is music from Skeleton Crew right here. So cool.
It was interesting to hear him compare it to the Goonies. I didn't think of that until he said it, but he's right. It's a kid's Star Wars universe from the kid's perspective in large part, and the Goonies comparison is a really good one.
Yeah, and I collaborated with him.
That's
you
right.
You did collab, and you will be at the Golden Globes.
I shall be at the Golden Globes. Look for me.
Yes.
I know we referenced this before, but when Preston, you and I got to go to L.A. to see the studio musicians, see the score for the very first time, pick up their instruments, and just playing music that was in front of them that they'd never seen before, like they'd been playing it their whole lives.
Nick, and not even sitting in their chair when they receive the music, do they sit there and play around on their own? Like literally, like not even warm up, and the conductor counts it off, and they play it perfectly. It's incredible.
The closest thing, and it's not even a fair comparison, is if we're handed a piece of cold copy that we've never read before, and we read it as if we were, really ruminating upon the impact of what the spot is. That's as close, and that's still not even a good comparison.
Yeah, because in that world, if you can't do it, then they don't hire you. Because time is money in the studio, and it's a lot of money, and they can't mess around. They need people who can do it right the first time, every time. Wow. That was cool. Hey, I know we're going to wrap this segment up, but I wanted to do just an itty-bitty junk drawer. Marissa, can you, Casey had to step away. He had he's getting he's had to go to the doctor.
He's getting
it's like an emergency or anything
deep-throated.
like that. He's getting deep-throated. He's getting an endoscopy done. So he had to take off. Do you have the junk drawer intro, Marissa? And you can hit it if you've got it.
It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right, I wanted to mention that you don't need the sound effects. It's okay. I wanted to mention this because it is tomorrow, the Philly Goat Project.
The Philly Goat Project every year.
The Christmas trees?
Yep. So if you want to get rid of your trees and you want goats to eat them, you can do that.
Has to be real trees, though.
It's tomorrow, the 11th and the 18th from noon to 3.
Like the wire going down their throat.
Dude, those things will eat anything.
Yeah, they will, though. Yeah.
Tree owners can head to the farm at Albury Arboretum and Laurel Hill West in Bala Cynwyd. to
here.
drop off their trees, which will be turned into natural food for PGP's herd of goats. In return, visitors can enjoy a cozy atmosphere by the fire pit, hot cocoa, and a chance to cuddle the goats.
I love goats.
That's a really cool thing. There's another farm in Dresher that does the same thing. You can like cuddle and put the goats to bed at night.
Was that one of your activities? Yeah,
it was a couple of years ago,
yeah.
and I believe it was the same farm. And I'm drawing a blank.
Fran Drescher Farm, you said?
Rose something. No, Rose Bridge, I think.
Okay.
They were the ones that brought the goats in here, and we did goat yoga. Preston, remember that?
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
On this little farm, we had a pig.
The event isn't just about trees, though. It's about community. A suggested $20 donation per tree helps support their year-round programming, which includes goat walks, literacy events for children, and other free services designed to engage the local community as well.
This is a good idea, and I do love this. All of the pumpkins that I had at my front door for fall and Halloween, my friend's family lives on a farm, and they have goats, and so we send all the pumpkins there for them to eat. But
that's awesome.
My Christmas tree, I'm actually still keeping it up because I felt like I didn't have it up long enough. It still looks fine, so I'm going to keep it up for a few more days. But also because I don't feel like doing this weekend, I'm going to completely cut up the tree. I'm going to cut all of the branches off and
just a stick?
Oh, no. I'm cutting all the branches. I put them all in my planters. I decorate my planters. So I did it for the holidays, but I refresh it afterwards and I make it winter instead of holiday. I take out all the glitter and the red and all of that. But I need a winter wreath. So I'm gonna make a wreath. I'm gonna try to make a wreath out of my Christmas tree.
From your Christmas tree.
From my Christmas tree.
Show take pictures. I want to see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if it works.
I like the whole wreath concept. There's a great clip I've seen, Kathy. It's a big goat yoga class on a farm. Like I know you've done it. And the goats are so excited. They open up the door, and the baby goats are just running to the. I mean,
they love doing it.
Are you a goat fan? Or you've talked. They're cool.
Yeah, they're cute.
My friend has goats, and they're like little love bugs. Like they get excited when the kids come home from school. They run over to them.
Yeah. They're very affectionate. We had family friends that had a farm, and the goats were always. Now they will eat your clothes.
Yes.
Oh,
and stuff like that.
And she told me, like, especially with goat yoga, you have to like almost tie your hair back, put it in a bun, because if they get a hold of it, it's like scissors. They'll cut it right off.
All right. Well, you can take your tree in and do that. I two more quick things I want to do. Let me go into the junk drawer here. Oh,
it's a little quiet in there.
It's the old one, but it works.
The smaller drawer. All right, so Lake Superior State University revealed the list of words and phrases that should be dropped 100% and not utilized in the new year.
Oh, okay, all right.
These are the words they want to see go away. So let's see what is on the list here. How about this? These are. I'll just skip right to them. I'm going to skip through the mumbo jumbo, and we'll get right to the words.
Okay.
Cringe is one of the words.
You know why I have an issue with cringe? Because to me, it was always cringe-worthy.
Well, yeah, that's what
but yes, cringe is used and overused.
Let's see here. They said forget about using dropped, which was once edgy or cool, or 100%. Because it's so overused.
That's it. I do that, and I don't know.
100%.
And people reflexively go 100%.
I don't know if I can drop that. It's almost like I don't even think about it. I just.
Do you remember when we had Brett Michaels on and we would ask him, is this going to be going on? Oh, 100%. And the next time he goes, 1,000%.
And after he goes,
100,000%. He's like 1,000,000%. Like he just kept upping it every time. And then another one they say is period, because there's no need to verbally punctuate what already has a period at the end of it. Yeah, I say period from time to time.
Do you know what I don't like? Full stop.
Full stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the way I feel. Full stop. Okay, got it.
But also with period, it's like, that's it. That's the end of it. We're not going to talk more about this, and that's the end of my point.
Okay.
Period.
Shut up.
Yeah.
It's a nice way of saying shut up.
Menstrual cycle.
All right. Game changer. They want that. And some of these are phrases, not just one word. So game changer. Era is number 3 on the list.
I'm in my Preston and Steve era. Really, it's taken from Taylor Swift or whatever, but like applying, I'm in my Phillies era, I'm in my January 3rd era, applying it to everything that you're actually going through at that moment, that's a little tired.
I didn't realize until like 2 weeks ago that her entire catalog is eras.
Eras, yeah.
Like the Eras tour, each one was its own era. I had no idea.
Wait, I don't know what you mean.
Yeah,
each
Taylor
album
Swift
is a period in her life, a time period.
Each album is?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
this past tour was the Eras tour because
Was she playing all of them?
playing from each one.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I thought it was the name of the album.
Me
I don't
too.
know.
You're more Sabrina Carpenter.
Dropped. Did I already say that word? Dropped is word. All right. IYKYK.
If you know, you know.
Yep. So they want that one dropped. Do people say IYKYK instead
All the time.
of
On social media, yeah.
no, not on social media.
Like
saying it out
Say it?
loud.
No, it's easier to say if you know, you know.
See, I would put that more as a text.
Yeah, that's a text
thing that I wouldn't include.
It's from Lake Superior. What did you expect?
But if somebody says, if you know, you know, well, I don't know, whatever. All right, here's one. Sorry, not sorry.
I hate
that was like a few years ago.
And they really tamped it down. You don't hear it a lot. So it was effective, whatever they did, because I got tired of that.
Yeah. Here's one we can agree on. Skibbity.
Skibbity. Yeah.
We're all
Enough.
okay with that.
You're okay with that?
It going away. We're
Yeah,
all
going
okay
away.
with it
All
going
right.
away.
And then the only other word on here is utilize.
All right. That's where the baby forms, right?
But that's it. No, that's a uterus.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Utilize is that's a functional word. I mean,
Yeah, I don't see why that
unless,
isn't.
Unless you're using it for some form of
Is it the
accentuation.
new skibbity?
Maybe it's the new skibbity. Utilize, in case you have not heard,
It's the new skibbity.
is the new skibbity.
Utilize is a very utilitarian word.
Exactly.
Using its own definition as itself.
All right. I wanted to make sure we got to that. And then
I liked it, though.
One other thing. It's in here somewhere.
In the smaller drawer.
I got it. Marissa gave me this one. And Kathy, you'll find this interesting.
Okay.
I want to see what your take is on it. Walmart is selling a Birkin dupe.
Well, a dupe. It doesn't mean that so Birkin doesn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, so people on social media are going crazy over it. The retailer is selling a lookalike of the popular Hermes purse for $78. Well, the real thing can cause you, retails from $10,000 to $48,000.
It's wild.
But it can go up to more than $300,000 on a resale for this bag.
Birkin
So their
bag,
version
yeah.
of the Birkin is
Birkin
called
bag.
the Dorton, right?
It's the Dorton bag.
They're actually calling it the Workin.
The
This
Wor-
is the Walmart.
Oh my God.
Birkin.
Well, that's the nickname for it.
Yeah.
It is listed as the Camugo genuine leather handbag purse for women.
So I know a lot of people, women in my life and women that, I interact with, that if it's in the ballpark and they just want one that they take out and don't mind
looks
getting
good.
dinged up, they're fine with the knockoffs.
I mean, this is not anything new. This is what Walmart, Target, all of these stores
They all do this?
They take
Well-
they take a very popular, expensive item and they make something similar.
So would Target have their version of the Hermes?
I mean, I don't know if Target specifically has Hermes, but yes, Target has. I mean, that's what they do. They're not calling it a dupe. It's just their their handbag. But yes, that's exactly what they do.
Well, this one's really taking off.
Yeah.
This is one of those that
the
has
bag.
struck a nerve.
Well, I will say Walmart is really taking off with its. They have apparently upgraded their clothing lines and their accessories, handbags, things like this. And a lot of the influencers who were once working with Target, Nordstrom, and Amazon are now doing the same thing with Walmart.
Do you know? Do you know that Walmart is it's number one?
It's not number one. I know.
ahead of Amazon.
But their clothes were never good, never quality. They just were not stylish, and they've really upgraded.
Walmart is the number one grocery chain in the country too.
Yeah.
They've really
Not just the country.
in the world.
In the world, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, like if you ever have a product and Walmart agrees to sell it, that's you cashing in your lottery ticket.
Wow. All right, so the Walmart Birkin.
Man, I'm doing no spending January. I was going to see if I could buy it.
Oh, that lasted until
Nick,
the 30th.
Nick, you do it, and I'll pay you back in February.
All right.
It is hard sold out.
That's what I was wondering.
I
Okay.
fell for
Yeah.
it. I started clicking through, but I did find out that they have a takeoff of the checkered Louis Vuitton as well.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's the thing, and an influencer will find it.
Yeah.
They'll post it, and then that's
It's
it.
gone.
It sells out.
So no word on whether or not they are going to, if they're going to restock this or not. And,
I mean, if
if
it's
there's
sold
money
out.
to be made, I
Yeah.
mean,
On
right?
the, on the plus side, you can find Stanley Cups all over the place now.
But it's $78. So the Walmart bag is also made of leather and comes with the signature lock feature emblematic of the Birkin. However, owners of authentic Birkin bags have been less than enthusiastic about the Walmart version of the exclusive purse, according to Sotheby's. Customers must listen here. Listen to this. This is how you get a Birkin bag, a legit one. In order to buy a Birkin, a customer must have a purchase history with Hermes. You're not even allowed to buy one unless you have a history with them. So you can walk in, even though you got gazillions of dollars, unless you buy a bunch of other stuff, you can't buy the bag first.
You have to be considered and approved, basically. Wow.
So I know somebody who has a Birkin bag and does obviously have a history of purchasing, and it starts little. I mean, they have some things that are slightly affordable, but anyway, then you move up and you get the opportunity to purchase this. But she found this bag at a store, and it was like you can't get it. Like once you're given the opportunity to purchase it, if you don't, you're probably not going to get another opportunity. And so she dropped like 10 grand on this purse.
Jesus.
And purchased it.
Jesus.
Now listen, she's not a normal everyday person. She's got a little extra money. But
Preston, you want to make some money? How about the Merkin bag?
Merkin
made
bag.
of pubic hair.
No, I have a better idea. Why don't we take this model and use it as our for our program? When people want to be listeners of the show, they're not allowed to listen until they go through an interview process with us first.
Yeah.
And
they have to. Yeah,
they have to be approved.
They have to prove that they've listened to radio.
I mean, once it becomes exclusive, more people want it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what, it's worked for Hermes, right? They're selling
Here's your Merkin bag and poop
goddamn
knife.
purses for $300,000. Yeah. You want a poop knife? Let's go over your credit history.
We are. Yes, you are now going to receive your poop knife.
By the way, the Hermes Birkin, which the New York Times calls a globally recognized emblem of status and wealth, has become so expensive that the value of the bags has grown faster than both the S&P 500 and the price of gold, with a return on investment of more than 500% over 35 years, according to a study by online marketplace Bag Hunted.
So are they currently? Because there is always that one bag that is the most coveted, expensive handbag, and I'm not talking about ones that are just jazzed up with tons of diamonds.
Gold, yeah.
What is? Because I remember I always refer to the story of the Kim Kardashian picture of her closet, and she had two of these bags up on the shelf. What is the current?
Well, Steve, according to Forbes, to answer your question, it says the Hermes Birkin is the, quote, globally recognized emblem of status and wealth.
Okay.
And to the Preston's point about, it actually rising more than the S&P 500 the price of gold. I mean, like, that's the status symbol, yeah.
And I think it's because...
of us?
No, trust me, none of this has to do with us. No, it's because of the status of that and that they don't mass produce it, in a very large way. So you see somebody with a bag like Kim Kardashian, there's probably not another like it, or there's only very few.
Right.
So if you really can't afford it, I mean, not on, hard times or anything like that, but you really have sunk in and you just decided I'm spending all this. Instead of buying a car, I'm going to buy one of these. Are you swinging it around above your head while you're walking around to make sure that everybody can see
I think you've
got this bag?
No,
Can you walk around in public with the like you're eating a Khloe Kardashian?
She's eating popcorn and holding her purse up a
Kathy,
little
though,
bit.
is it not a risk if you have a bag, or does it matter? Would your common thief know that this is a bag?
Right? Yeah. I mean, I would think that the common thief probably wouldn't know that, but yeah, they'll look at a bag, a nice bag, I'm sure, and snag it. No, I think they treat it
$300,000.
They treat it. I mean, at least my friend who owns items like this, she treats them very carefully, and she resells a lot of stuff too when she's finished with it, and it looks brand new. She keeps the box, she keeps the bag that it comes in, she keeps any of the cards that come with it, and so when she resells it, I mean, it looks like it. She
like
just
in
took it off the
condition.
shelf. Yeah.
It is part of it too, is like the style of how you do hold it. It goes right in your elbow, or you have to hold it so it's big enough that it is the center of photos.
I see.
By the way, all genuine Hermes bags are hand stitched using the saddle stitch. It's the signature stitch of Hermes bags. And it's a traditional stitch, and it's created by threading two needles through the leather in a figure 8 pattern, and the stitch is so precise that it won't unravel. I think they use that on my Viking beard.
Yes.
To my hat.
Yeah.
Same stitch.
What about the gentleman stitch? Does that end up on pocketbooks?
Yeah, that's the same thing. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. Saddle stitch is also the gentleman stitch. All right, anyhow.
Yeah, I found it.
You found what? A $78 working?
Well, so
Walmart
no, I didn't.
Birkin bag?
I didn't find that one.
No,
exactly.
that's Orkin. That's pest removal.
So they have a number of Birkin bag dupes, and some of the other ones are still available. But yeah, like this one is $20.
Marissa, I thought of a great idea for Fishtown Pickle Project. They should make a gherkin bag.
Yeah.
A little bag that looks like a pickle.
That's great.
That's a brilliant idea,
Sell it
right?
at the Pickle Festival next year.
Totally.
Oh, here's another one. 45. Look at that.
Oh, we could go on and on.
See, no spending January.
Nick, you just spent another $45.
Nick, grab this for me.
Yeah. Do me a favor. Let me borrow your credit card.
All right. We need to close up the junk drawer. Do we have...
Yes, we do, Marissa. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
All righty then. Thank you, Kyle, by the way, who did our theme. And tonight his band is playing minute by minute. I'm going to have some information on that and music news coming up at the Landis Theater in Vineland, New Jersey. We'll take a break and we'll come back in a moment. We'll get into the bizarre files. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Do that. And then I realized that the zombies are a background almost like the trees are. You know what I mean? And it was really all about the relationships between these people and, you know, what that type of situation will do to a person.
Yeah, turn into when there's a overwhelming crisis, you know?
Well, it's like if you had a chance to rebuild society, what would you do?
Yeah.
You know, if
A
you had
feudal society?
well, yeah, and how would it fail? What are the same mistakes you would make?
Right.
You know, even though you think, this time we'll do it different. You know, and you see through the show, you know, that absolute power does corrupt, absolutely. And you see people change, and you see people make mistakes. You know, the show's very human.
I want to ask you, how much does the Talking Dead series add to the fan of this show? Because
the show's a very emotional show. You get very connected to the characters, and horrible things happen to them, and then you're left home alone with that. And this is a way to, I think, share what you're feeling, to sort of know you're not alone. And you know, Chris has described it as the warm hug after the show, and you know, we laugh at that, but I think it is. You know, you get to process the show. You get to hear what other people thought about it. If you were, maybe you think, well, I think he or she is feeling this, or they're going through that, and then you hear people talk about it, and you get to sort of bounce your ideas off their ideas. So it is an extension in a way of the sort of the social media of it all, and that I think we like. I mean, we like that interaction. We like, knowing we're right or wrong, or being not necessarily corrected, but sort of like, what happened there? And if somebody talks about it, and that is what happened there,
it's brilliant.
It's great. Yeah.
Michael, I wanted to ask us. I know you've voiced some characters in Call of Duty. They have a new World War II game coming out. Steve and I are massive fans of the World War II. I know they've spanned all kinds of different campaigns and so forth, but my favorites have been the one in the World War II. Did you voice any in that particular
nothing
game?
recent. I've been out of town for the last 4.
Okay.
Is voice acting for a video game a much different animal? Is it? We always hear it's sort of weird because you're kind of just freelining it, and that's it.
You're like, basically, this is a session, except you do it for 2.5 hours. Reload! Reload! Over here! Over there! Under there! Under here! Behind the tank! Behind the Jeep! For 2 days. 2 days.
2 days of that?
Yeah, and that's like, I wish I was kidding. I wish I was kidding.
So, with the cutscenes, at least, you have a little bit of...
Yeah. Reload! Can't use that one.
Reload!
Reload? That's great!
Yeah.
What? No, it wasn't great.
Great to have you here. Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys.
Michael Cutlets, guys. Walking Dead. 93.3 WMMR. Visitor to Oktoberfest noticed a man slumped over at a festival exit with a baby attached to his front on Thursday. As the tourist slowly fell to the side, the anxious man took his baby from him. And Oktoberfest is the largest beer festival in the world, attracting a global audience for its mixture of strong beer, traditional Bavarian food, and fairground rides.
You know who went there this year? Matt Cowper.
Oh, yeah?
Said it was sick.
It must have been sick. That's one guy who was there. He's getting sick all over the place.
His baby was there and he was getting sick. It took a lot of people got sick because they drank too much and they got sick.
Organizers expect visitors numbers to hit 6 million again this year. That's crazy.
Cowper said that there are, what it basically is gigantic tents, benches, and that's it.
Yeah.
Drinking.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
And people getting sick.
And people getting sick.
Yeah. How many million?
6 million.
million sick people.
What was that again?
6 million sick people.
Sounds sick. All right, and then we'll do one more story. Man, this is wild. Amazing pictures from the Arctic show an army of more than 230 polar bears feasting on a washed-up whale.
We will control the humans. Our time has come.
After a bowhead whale became stranded and died on Russia's remote Wrangel Island, the extraordinary sight was witnessed by tourists on an Arctic cruise.
Look at all those suckers.
Yeah, a source at Wrangel Island Nature Reserve said there were at least 230 polar bears, including single males, single females, mothers with cubs, mothers with cubs, even.
Where are you from? Oh, wow. You've got a Russian accent. Yeah, that's great. Do you like whale? Well, let's go over and have a bite.
You could tell her about that time you went to Oktoberfest.
Yeah, it was sick. Everyone got sick. We were eating blubber and drinking beer, and everyone just got sick. What's my name? Cowper Bear.
It's a big singles. It's a big polar bear singles mixer.
You kidding me? It was, there were single males, single females, mothers with cubs, and even 2 mothers with 4 cubs each.
MILF bears. Sick.
Cowper bear.
Cowper bear.
Experts called the
This
site.
is going to be a new thing the kids are going to. Where's my Cowper bear? He can't go to sleep unless you give him his Cowper bear.
Called the sight of so many polar bears together unique.
You pull the string. Sick. Pull it again. Sick. Everyone loves Cowper bear.
Oh,
sick.
Oh, my God. Okay. So anyhow, the huge number could, in fact, amount as much of 1% of the entire world's population of the creatures. Yeah, tourists initially thought the bears were a flock of sheep. Sheep.
Sheep are sick.
Although viewing them, after viewing them from a distance, but as a boat drew closer, the lucky
Those aren't sheep eating that whale.
Vacationers realized that they were what they were witnessing. The mainly Russian tourists had
Just some
to
sheep eating a whale.
depart from a stopover on the island when they spotted the bears.
That seems normal.
Just seems like a flock of sheep eating a whale, the way sheep do.
I think they just saw them on the side and they thought they were sheep. One of the things that I've been wanting to do for a little while, I have Kathy and I both share a common ailment. We have lower back pain. We have a mildly herniated discs, which causes pressure on the nerves in your back and all this stuff. And our backs hurt all the time. But my neighbor has the same issue, and he's gotten past his problems. And so my neighbor Jaime he had done all these things, and he also goes, oh yeah, and I get acupuncture. And so it's all of this together has helped completely alleviate it from his life. And I'm like, well, I'm game.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do whatever I can to help get rid of this pain. So I've never had acupuncture before. And we're going to stick me with these little needles.
Today!
From Virtua Acupuncture, we want to welcome Heather Schultz to the show this morning. Hey, Heather.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. And how long have you been doing this, by the way?
I've been practicing acupuncture for 7 years.
7 years.
Mhm.
Okay. And let me ask you this about acupuncture. Now, this has to do with the body's nervous system? Or that's what I've always been led to believe?
The acupuncture's effects do have positive effects on the nervous system. It also deals with the musculoskeletal system.
Okay.
And when we put acupuncture needles in you today for pain, it releases your endogenous opioids.
Your
natural painkillers
Okay,
that are in your
okay.
body. Well, also, we've had some really exciting research lately. It affects brain neuroplasticity. So your brain changes in response to stimulus.
Okay.
And so acupuncture over time can have positive brain changes that help you manage pain better.
Okay. And with that, and with doing it over time, how often should someone get treated? Say somebody like me who has described what my issues are.
So generally we recommend with chronic injuries, you are going to come in once or twice a week in the beginning for a couple of weeks and see what happens. And then you start spacing them out more until you don't need to come in that much.
Okay. All right, so you're going to get in my back and where else?
Hands and feet.
And Casey, can I get some appropriate music for...
Absolutely.
Preston, are you encouraged by this? I think because, this could be... I know a number of people have had very good results with this.
Chinese music, by the way, because this is a Chinese art, I believe, or Chinese medicine. Especially my neighbor, because I believe him. He's a smart guy, and he's had pain for years, and he believes this has worked for him. So I'm like, you know what? I will definitely give it a shot. So
he's like the neighborhood Fonzie too, right?
He's so cool.
Acupuncture's cool.
It's great. All right, so I got my shoes off. I can just head over there now.
All right, Preston's going to walk over. We're watching the process, and Preston soon will be pricked all over his body.
All right, and then a question: can I see one of the needles first, please? Let me see the needle. Oh wow!
How far does that go in?
I can almost not even see it. It's so thin. How far?
WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Pro Team Collision. If you find yourself in an accident, you can trust the pros of Pro Team Collision, your trusted auto body repair shop located in King of Prussia. Go to ProTeamCollision.com. So we had a pretty messed up story from Hawaii yesterday after the New Year's Eve celebrations and fireworks explosions. Now, there are more stories coming in, and 5 people were killed and dozens of emergency workers were injured as a spate of incidents involving fireworks marred New Year's Eve celebrations in Germany.
Oh, man.
Despite calls for a nationwide ban on the private use of fireworks, they continue to be a significant part of New Year's Eve celebrations in the country, with thousands of the pyrotechnics set off on city streets each year. Among those killed were 2 people in the eastern state of Saxony, including a 45-year-old man who was killed after handling what was described as a firework bomb. Firefighters and other emergency services personnel were targeted by the fireworks during festivities in the capital of Berlin. Firefighters responded to 1,892 incidents on New Year's Eve.
Wow.
Which are 294 more than last year. And at least 13 attacks on emergency workers were reported. That's not good.
Do you get a lot of fireworks on New Year's in your neighborhood?
A decent amount.
Do you really?
Yeah. Huh. Several people were standing around and attacked police officers. Meanwhile, Munich's
Happy New Year.
Fire department said that a wayward firework ignited a huge balcony fire. 3 children, 2, 11, and 14, were seriously injured. And in fact, the 2-year-old boy and 11-year-old boy suffered burns to their hands, neck, and face. The 14-year-old boy blew off parts of his hand.
Oh, my God.
With a firecracker, and all of them had to be transported to hospitals. The concern lies particularly, like I said, with illegal and homemade fireworks. And then another New Year's Eve story, nothing to do with fireworks, but nobody was hurt seriously in this story, but 10 people, including 5 children, were injured during a New Year's Eve celebration at a Massachusetts arcade during a noon Year's Eve party at In the Game, an indoor amusement center in Peabody, Massachusetts. A large Lego display fell during a balloon drop.
Oh, I saw this.
Landing on several patrons.
Yeah, there's
a lot of
footage
people got
it.
hurt.
Yeah.
And yeah, apparently it was huge, right?
Yes, it was
This Lego thing.
gigantic. Yeah.
The fire department responded to the center. It appeared that the Lego display of an arcade machine was connected to the netting that released the balloons. 10 people injured, 3 adults, 5 children, transported to a local medical facility, and 2 refused medical service, but a woman had been placed in a cervical collar, and a few other people had sustained bruises. The New Year's Eve celebration was sold out. It's unclear how many patrons were at the event at the time of the incident. In Florida, residents received an unexpected Christmas visitor this year. A Florida black bear was caught on camera rummaging through trash and even snagging a present to take back to its den.
Hey, bro, what it is?
Late in the evening, December 29th. The Christian Tenudos, who was a young man who had spotted the bear alongside his father, said it was the Grinch. The father and son duo said that they've heard...
Call me a bitch?
No, a Grinch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They've heard tales of bears in Southwest Florida, but never expected to see one up close.
To be honest, I never knew there was a bear population down there.
Yeah, some quick thinking led to phone camera footage showing a bear tearing into trash and picking through the debris. Despite the fun and games encountered, experts warn that these furry visitors are anything but friendly. Local wildlife experts urge residents to secure their trash and avoid leaving food outside to discourage bears from lingering in the area. In Idaho, an infant at a home was injured in a reported raccoon attack. Officers responded and determined the infant was in an infant carrier. While the mother was settling in after returning home, she heard a loud noise in the home, ran to the infant's location. The mother found a raccoon attacking the baby.
Wow.
She was able to grab the animal to stop the
That's
attack.
a nightmare.
Yeah, it's unknown how the raccoon got into the house at all. The infant was taken to the hospital and then transported to another hospital in Salt Lake City.
Rabies and stuff, I assume?
Well, it's not rabid. So the father and the infant, the father of the infant and sheriff's deputy returned to the home. They found the raccoon still in the home. They killed it. No other raccoons were found in the home. Fishing game took possession of the raccoon, and they got it tested for rabies, and it came back negative, so at least they don't have to worry about that. But that's just crazy. You're inside your house.
And a raccoon.
Set your baby down. You're supposed to be nice and safe, and then this thing starts attacking them. It's nuts. All right, we'll do one more story, and then we will wrap up. So we've heard of this happening before, but there was video footage to back this up. On one Southwest Airline Tampa flight, 30 passengers boarded early and got better seats for free because they said they needed wheelchair assistance. And then they all walked off the plane and all the way out to the terminal themselves on arrival. They didn't all need a wheelchair. And apparently it happens a lot in Florida.
Yes.
Southwest lets passengers pick their seats on a first-come, first-served basis. You board early if you buy the most expensive tickets, or if you're a frequent traveler, or if you pay for early boarding, or if you fake the need for a wheelchair. And that's why Southwest Airlines has more wheelchair passengers than any other airline. It drives up the cost and cheats other customers out of better seats and the people who need a wheelchair.
Absolutely.
As well. But what I love about this article is they called it this. It's a spectacle. The Jet Bridge Jesus flight. Where passengers come on the wheelchair to get the best seats and miraculously walk out without any assistance.
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle. This will all change in the first half of 2026 because Southwest is moving to assigned seating. They're getting rid of it. Wheelchair passengers may board earlier, but it doesn't get them better seats. So that is going to switch up. They have a picture of all these people in wheelchairs, and you're just looking at it going, no, come on. I don't think so.
That pisses me off, man.
I know.
My parents need wheelchairs.
Totally.
And not do they, not only do they need the wheelchairs, they need the people to push the wheelchairs through the airport. So you're like taking up other employees' time.
Yep.
That's a joke.
Yep. All right. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. As we take a break, we want you to think about today's program because we'll have a question concerning it and seeing if you've been listening because we'll do the lesson question. We got a music news, we got trash, and a bunch of other things. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Heather.
It.
All right.
Okay.
Well, where are you putting it on me?
I'm putting it in your low back,
Yeah, and how far in will that go?
maybe halfway.
Oh, dear God.
That's fine.
pretty deep.
That's fine. All right. Wait. Heather, does it help to have someone saying, "Oh my God"? Oh, just relax. Oh dear Jesus, you're gonna kill him. No, I think it has to be a little bit more supportive,
This is going to be
Kathy.
challenging for you.
It will?
You're gonna bleed him out.
I tuned those guys out years ago.
Should we dim the lights?
You want to dim the lights?
Let's dim the lights.
All right.
Just a little bit.
All right,
here,
so we'll
Nick.
dim the lights.
I want this to work for Preston.
Me too. All right, so I'm just lying here, and I'm waiting for this to happen.
All right, Kathy cannot watch. This is why Kathy was screaming and begging for mercy and telling Preston he was
The first one's in, and I did feel a little pinprick, but it didn't feel like it went in very far.
How long do sessions usually last?
So it's going to take me just a couple minutes to put the needles in.
Okay.
Then I would usually let him hang out for about 25 minutes to let them kind of do their work.
We'll try to give him a good run. You know, we can run the show. Preston can do most of the show. A lot of people don't know most of us do the show completely on our stomachs anyway.
Kathy. How much?
How horny are you right now?
How much would it take for me to pay you to get one needle?
Well, listen, if she put it in my back and I couldn't see it, I would. It's
having to look at it.
You offer $500?
Yeah. 500.
Yeah. So, Preston, you have a few in your lower back right now.
I didn't even notice.
See, and Heather, this is, as it's done, I've seen people do it. There's a little bit of twisting back and forth to move him in slowly, or how's it? How do you manage to do that without him feeling it at all?
The needles are so tiny.
So tiny, okay.
You can fit 20 to 30 of these needles in the head of a injection needle like you had earlier
Oh,
today.
okay. All right.
So, Heather, should I just relax and try to center? Or
Preston, I would
what?
think of things that you enjoy. Think of your family. Think of, I don't know.
Bukkake videos?
Your favorite bong. Bukkake videos.
Favorite bong.
I would think of.
I snorted.
I would think of MILFs.
Oh.
Kay Parker, Preston.
That's old school.
Yeah. I would think of a cup and 2 girls.
Oh, dude.
All right, so how many needles are in now?
9 needles.
9 total so far, yeah.
Are you done putting needles in them?
I was going to put one on the top of his head.
Please
but
do
his,
it. Do it. He cut his hair extra short.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Now, this is the one, Heather, you said has to be driven in with a hammer, correct?
Wow, on the top of my head.
Yeah.
You feel that one, Preston?
No.
Okay.
Is it already in?
Yeah.
No, I didn't feel that at all.
I'll say this. Do you seem at peace, Preston? I know you usually come in here screaming and throwing things around, and here you're at peace.
I'm enjoying this.
Do you feel anything?
No, I'm just trying to relax, not move, and accidentally roll over and jam these needles all the way into my skin.
Well, as Heather said, this isn't the optimum condition, but if you were to follow up and stay at it, do you have every confidence he would start to experience the benefits of it?
Yes, certainly.
Okay.
He would start to see benefits within a treatment or two.
Within a treatment or two, Preston.
Yeah, and I plan on it. You remember I'd said earlier in the week that I think it would be nice if everybody to do one nice thing. I want to thank my buddy Casey here.
What'd he do?
Well, the past few days, I've come into the studio after doing my prep work in the other room here, and then I come in, about 5 minutes before the show starts to get ready to begin, and there has been a nice, piping hot mug of coffee sitting.
Wow.
Isn't that that's made my week, dude. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And it might make my wake too.
It made your wake.
Hopefully not.
You're just planning ahead because obviously the whole Alabama thing. I mean, who knows?
You never know.
You're flying into a hurricane.
But it made my week. Thank you. Simple little gesture like that.
Today, I was only paying it forward because Steve brought me a nice piping hot cup of coffee as well.
You see? The movement is spreading.
It's like cancer. No, I mean, it's that's not good. It's like it's a wonderful thing.
Yes. So
it's awesome.
So do that. Have a cup of coffee ready for somebody when they come in today. They'll be so delighted and happy.
Spit in it.
Yeah.
No.
Don't spit in it.
No, it's the wonderful. You feel good when you pay it forward.
And you know what else has been nice?
What?
Kathy's been extra gussied up the past couple of days.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I think it's the glasses.
Yeah, maybe it's
you
a
look
different
really,
look
That's
for
a
ya.
sexy look on you.
Thanks.
You looked
Thank
much
you.
better yesterday.
Until you just made that face.
You ruined it.
Dear God.
All right, thank you.
Why, thank you. I'm having issues with my contacts, and that's why I'm wearing my glasses.
She smushed her face when she said, thank you.
You do look great in glasses, though.
You do.
If you have people with you have beautiful eyes.
Thank you.
The glasses look. I think girls with glasses. That whole thing is BS. I think it's. I think they look. It's a great. When my wife got these great frames, I'm like, keep wearing. They look awesome.
Yeah. I wear glasses every day, but at night, right before bed. Where I'm in my house, I don't usually go out in them. But the past couple of days, I've been wearing them.
Why not the contacts? Sometimes do they irritate after a while?
No, it's called pink eye.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
So now we're going to move on to something that I've had in mind for a long time, and now the dream is coming true. I actually have sitting next to me a bag full of vibrators.
Yes.
So if that gives you
Because
any
it's
indication.
Friday.
It's Friday.
Yeah. And sometimes someone likes their butt tickled a little.
Well, the best thing was Marissa comes in today, and she just walks up next to me. Her desk is directly next to mine. She turns this bag upside down and just dumps 5 vibrators out on the table.
But there's a reason for this madness.
There
it's
is.
something that has caught your fancy. You saw a video.
I did.
And you said, we got to try this.
Probably a couple of years ago, and I'm like, why have we never done this? So we've created, actually Casey created this. I said, dude, can you build me this? He said, well, let me look into it. And sure enough, he has done it. We have in our studio a vibrator racetrack. So we're gonna do a live test of this track here in our studio. And if this works, then we'll have an idea of something that we can expand on this, and I'll get you that in a moment. So
we'll expand on dildos.
Do you want to try this out?
I do very much.
All right, so I'm gonna reach in and just randomly grab one.
Now you've never met these dildos.
I've never met this. So I grabbed a.
You picked a good one.
Is this a pink one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's yours?
Yeah. So this will be me.
Okay.
And then here. I'm rubbing it on the microphone.
The force is strong with this one.
And we'll do a couple. We'll try a couple of these and see if it's.
I don't want that one.
Just grab one.
Preston, at the adult store, is this the way most people select their stuff?
Yeah.
They reach into
have
a bag.
big bag. You reach in. Here you go.
All right, thank you.
I went with this one. You can see it vibrate.
That one's much louder than mine. Hang on.
It's big.
Take it away. This is mine. And then yours.
Okay, Casey has what I would call the hot rod. What color is this? Copper?
Like a maroon.
Nah, like a burgundy.
Burgundy, yeah.
Burgundy.
Mine is sort of a happy medium.
All right, Kathy.
There are two remaining.
Pick a vibrator.
I feel bad that Marissa can't take part.
Kathy's reaching in. First time ever her hand has been on a vibrator. Oh, she got one that's kind of contoured and has a little curl at the end.
Now, this is a European model, Preston.
Turn that on, Kathy. Let's hear it.
Ooh, that sounds almost nautical.
The two of you just got turned on, maybe.
No. It sounds like it's singing.
It's like my voice.
Hang on, let me harmonize. Hold on. No. That's how I'm playing chords on the guitar. It's a D.
Yeah.
All right, stop. Hold on. Ready? Play it.
What is it? That's very cool.
All right, Nick. Pull yours up. Dorothy will be there at the MMRBQ. She plays the song Black Sheep on MMR. Those tickets are on sale now. $25 for the lawn while they last. It's an early bird special, WMMR.com. To get the full details and make your plans now. Nothing wrong with planning this far in advance. Nothing wrong at all. In fact, it will ensure that you get out of something that you don't want to do, that somebody mentions that you have to do. No, I'm sorry, man. I already bought my tickets to the barbecue that weekend. Again, very good. So keep that in mind. A little insurance policy for you there. And that show is going to be Saturday, May 10th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Today's lesson question prize, we have a pair of tickets for the Philly Auto Show. If you can answer this question from about 7 o'clock this morning. In their next season, the Kardashians will reenact the Russian roulette scene from which 70s film classic? 215-263-WMMR is the number. In their next season, the Kardashians will reenact the Russian roulette scene from which 70s film classic? If you know the answer, call 215-263-WMMR right now, because that prize is right over here waiting for you.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
We'll get a few stories, and then we'll get a winner for the question. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, rapper-musician Joe Budden has been charged for an incident in December in which he stood outside his neighbor's apartment door completely naked. Budden's lawyer says he had simply gone to his neighbor to borrow a cup of sugar, but forgot the cup and his clothing.
Nope.
Nice beaver.
Yeah, why not? 3 Rolex watches stolen from Keanu Reeves in 2024 have been recovered in Chile. Actually, that should be 2022. Excuse me. A very happy Reeves said, whenever watches are stolen, it's going to involve taking time. Hello. And finally, very good, Marissa. Kim Kardashian seen out at multiple holiday events without that boot she's been wearing to heal her broken foot. Kim quipped to a photographer that it's better to look good than to ever be able to walk again. Hey! That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, thank you, Steve. Let's see if you know the answer to the question. In their next season, the Kardashians will reenact the Russian roulette scene from which 70s film classic. And we'll go to Kyle, see if he knows. Hi, Kyle. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Kyle, what movie, the 70s film classic, are we talking about?
The Deer Hunter.
The Deer Hunter. That's correct. Hang on, Kyle. I'm going to give you a pair of tickets for the Philly Auto Show, January 11th through the 20th at the PA Convention Center, and tickets are available at phillyautoshow.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
We're going to dive right in with Slayer in our first story. If Kerry King knows what he's talking about, Slayer is no more. The band played a few festival dates last year, and they are scheduled to appear at Louder Than Life later this year. But King said in an Australian interview, we're never going to tour again. We're never going to make a record again. And he says that their retirement in 2019 was deadly serious. But if so, why are they doing any shows at all? And he said, well, say a kid was 10 years old when we retired, and now he's 15 or 16. It's his first opportunity to see us. I think that's important.
Huh?
I know, exactly. But it sounds like the closest thing to new Slayer music is King's debut solo album, which is called From Hell I Rise. Which
so he's going in a different direction.
In a completely different direction than Slayer was. Wayne Osmond passed away at 73 years old, one of the Osmonds.
Very sad.
He was an original member of the Osmonds, and he reportedly suffered from a stroke this week, but was able to say his goodbyes at the hospital before he passed away. He was instrumental in some of the big hits, like One Bad Apple, which I think we...
One bad apple don't spoil a whole bunch, girl. Oh, give it one more try before you give up on love.
It's a good song.
Yeah, it is a good song.
And is that Donnie? With
Donnie, the high part is Donnie, yeah. He was the Michael of the group. He was the one that really had all the talent. And I mean, the other ones were good, but he stood out amongst them like Michael did of the Jacksons. In fact, there was a whole rivalry, at least on the Jackson side, who were like, we need to be
Kick
like
your
Osmonds.
ass.
Yeah, so, yeah.
I'm going to F you up.
His family shared in a statement, his legacy of faith, music, love, and laughter have influenced the lives of many people around the world. He would want everyone to know that the gospel of Jesus Christ is true, that families are forever, and that banana splits are the best dessert. We love him and we'll miss him dearly.
Mocking his death.
No, I guess he was a big banana split or whatever. But they were very firm Mormons.
Yes, absolutely.
Very, very religious and very, active in that community.
And so the youngest was Jimmy of the family?
I think it was Jimmy.
Yeah.
Was it Jimmy Osmond?
Jimmy
I
Osmond,
think you're
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yes, correct. All right, and then it's only been 2 months since Tim Herb Alexander, or is it Herb or Herb? I don't know.
Let's go with Herb. It's a rock star.
Yep, left Primus, but the band seems to have found at least 2 temporary replacements on the drums. Brian Brain Mantia,
there we go,
the drummer from Primus in 1989, from Alexander, before Alexander replaced him, and joined the band on stage for their New Year's Eve shows in California. Alexander left the band in October because of what he said was a loss of passion for playing, leading Primus to announce that they were taking submissions from all points in the universe. Next, Primus is scheduled to be joined by Danny Carey of Tool. That should be pretty incredible.
Is that Danny, the temporary drummer, Carey?
Yeah, there you go. It'll be for festival dates in the Dominican Republic in March. Get ready for more Volbeat. Guitarist, vocalist Michael Poulsen shared a message online yesterday saying, in part, the new Volbeat record has been recorded. It's done. It will be out in 2025. Of course, December is 12 months away, so the question is when in 2025? And he had said, you'll know more information about that in early 2025. Can't wait.
If you can't wait, listen to the last album. It's the same thing.
The band took a break from playing live last year after Poulsen had throat surgery in October 2023, so there might even be a tour in the near future. After all, he's already touring with a second group, Ashnell. No, Asenhell. Asnhell. I guess it's Asenhell, yeah. Asenhell.
So much hell.
Which he says he might even start working on new songs for. 2025 looks to be a big year for Volbeat and Asenhell fans as well.
Let's see, like Anne Murray released an album called From the Bowels of Hell.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you once hell's in the title, you know what you're getting.
Yeah.
You know, it's never a collection of wonderful ballads from a Canadian songbird.
You never know. Maybe she stays in that theme, but just, lyrically plays with Satan.
Yeah.
I don't know. And then one last thing I want to mention. Our good friend Kyle Mack is going to be performing tonight with his band, Minute by Minute, the Michael McDonald Experience at the Landis Theater in Vineland, New Jersey. It's an 11-piece band. We had Kyle and a couple of the members in before the break to come in here and play. and they're going to be doing a bunch of things from Michael McDonald's career, and not just his own solo stuff, but with Steely Dan and Christopher Cross, because they wrote together, and even a little Van Halen, because he helped out. He collabed with those guys, and it's going to be pretty cool.
We got a taste of it here in the studio, and they were just doing acoustic. It was terrific.
So that show is tonight. If you would like to get tickets, Vineland, New Jersey is where you will find the Landis Theater, and you can go to thelandis.com and get those tickets. Great local musicians, and we love Kyle, so we wish them all the best. And that is what I have in music news. All right, we're going to take one final break. When we get back, we'll do the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. And I believe Pierre is back today,
That's
right?
it. That's the rumor.
Yeah, so we'll return shortly. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
In typical McElwain fashion, I got the skinny pink one.
Yeah, you did. You got the littlest one.
This will get the job done fast.
Hey, let's go racing, fellas.
Yeah!
Boogity, boogity, boogity. All right, so take your chosen vibrator over to the tracks. We have to turn them all on. All right, they're placing them on the track. Go. I'll call the race. Ready, and 3, 2, 1, begin. And they're off. Steves is taking off down the middle. Steves already crossed the finish line. In second place is, who was that?
The blue one.
Casey! Casey came in second, followed by Mick McElwain, third. Look at me. Kathy Romano is fourth, and mine is not even halfway down yet.
Oh, my God.
That
a
is
despicable display.
It's still just taking its time.
Where's Kathy?
Kathy's finished.
Wow.
Here comes mine rattling down. Still not across the finish line yet in 3, 2, 1, and there it is.
Oh,
wow.
Preston, does yours have the most girth?
No. Casey's does.
Surprisingly.
Let's put him back up on the track again, and we'll try. I'll turn the mic back up over there.
You're out!
Yeah, it's too fast.
It's too fast?
Man, do I know how to pick a fast dildo, though.
Get him in place.
Oh, my God. Preston, we've been to both the Poconos and Daytona.
And Dover.
That same sense of excitement.
All right, we got him lined up. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Let's go racing. And here we go. Now we got a race.
Oh, man.
Casey's is off to the lead, but it's neck and neck. Nick McElwain is pulling ahead.
Come on!
And it's taken a full length lead at this point, but you never know what might happen towards the end. Nick is still headed towards the finish line. He's just about there. Casey's slowed down considerably. Nick, our winner. Woo! All right, now it's neck and neck for third and fourth. It's head and head.
Kathy is making way here.
Casey's is coming up. And Kathy's is slowly catching mine, which has now trailed the third place. All right, Casey came in second. Kathy looks like she's going to take... I'm going to come in last place again.
Again?
Man. Look at this. And Kathy in fourth.
All right.
Me in last place. Son of a bitch.
Now,
I want a new dildo. All right, our next guest is ready to go. Man, we've had so many people here in the studio. And we saved the rock and roll for last because it's rock and roll time late in the show.
Yeah.
But we're happy to have him here this morning performing at the TLA tonight. Please welcome Andrew W.K.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah. As I said, rock and roll time, early in the morning.
You build up to it. Yeah, you build up. It's sort of a way of calibrating your system. And it has been quite a lineup. I've been enjoying the preview tweets and posts that you guys have been putting up. So I feel very privileged to be included in such an illustrious group of folks.
It is pretty amazing. But there's been a great deal of excitement about you. And you have a very loyal fan base. And that's got to be very rewarding, right?
Well, we're all in this party together, and I certainly don't take it for granted that there are other folks that identify with this celebratory attitude, and we're all looking for the same thing, that kind of enthusiasm, that kind of joy, that kind of party fuel that helps you get through each day and make the most of it.
Well, listen, I think it is a huge badge of honor when you have reached a point in your career when you've actually become a Halloween costume.
Yes, and I designed it that way to make it very easy. As you can see, anyone can find a white T-shirt. The white jeans can be a little harder to find, but they're not always that hard. Even painter's pants will do if you don't have anything else. And if you throw on a wig and a bloody nose and you're good to go.
But generally you go with denim for the pants?
I do.
White denim?
Yes, the denim is durable. And I need durability. I need support. I need that harder, thicker fabric.
And denim absolutely serves that bill. So.
It does. It really does.
The costume is cool enough that people in the know, you can kind of say, okay, they know. And other people like have no clue. So you can break up the crowd immediately.
Yes. It's a litmus test for partiers.
Right.
Yeah. I used to wear white pants all the time when I was
Did you?
Yes.
You and
Now,
Mr. Rourke.
They weren't denim. They were just like, whatever kind of fabric, cotton or something like that. But
I can't because like 9 times out of 10 I'm walking around with skid marks and I just
that's
can't
the point.
let them. Oh.
That's the whole. Those are the hard-earned party stains. You got to showcase those proudly.
They're like bruises, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that. We wanted to welcome somebody else here into the studio because she's a massive fan. She produces our afternoon show, so she came in very, very early for this. Sarah Parker is here with us this morning.
Hi.
And Sarah made it a point to be here nice and early in the morning. What is it you love about Andrew WK?
Oh my gosh, the fact that he is so very positive, especially nowadays. So many crappy things are happening in this world, right? You look at the news and you just get upset, but Andrew is the shining light of positivity. So I'm thinking that perhaps you should explain what partying means to you, because someone who's not familiar with Andrew WK might think that's just drinking all the time. So what does partying mean to you?
Well, it certainly could mean drinking all the time for someone. I'm not really here to tell someone what it is. I guess I chose that word because I thought it was actually something that everyone did understand, that everyone was familiar with that. It didn't take a lot of explanation or elaboration, that a 4-year-old or a 94-year-old, I should say a 93-year-old or a 33-year-old, they all understand in some way how to enjoy the fact that they're not dead. And that's really the beginning and the end of the party mindset. You can apply it as vastly or as simply as possible.
There's a great video of Andrew. If you haven't seen it on YouTube, you can find it. He's being interviewed, and the interviewer is asking a pretty long, drawn-out question. And in that time, Andrew's face contorts into a scowl of sorts, and then you answer the question very quickly. And it's hilarious. It's got over like 3 million views. But are you, faces? Is that something you were always good at as a kid? Were you making
gurning?
Yeah.
Yeah, hamming it up. I mean, the face is a very fun thing if you can control it. I don't have complete control. I think in that video you're talking about, maybe some kind of demon took control of my face. But
very much so.
Let them have at it.
Let them out.
Yeah, let them have their fun with my face.
You seem to be obsessed with pizza.
Well, who isn't, really? I mean, even the person who hates pizza the most, they still are engaged in the phenomenon.
You have a guitar look like a pizza slice.
I have a pizza slice guitar.
Which is pretty badass.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to the great folks at ESP Guitars for making it for me.
Yeah, very nice.
And we just made another one, too.
Yeah, a taco guitar, right?
That's right. Yes. Literally, it's just days old. It's still a very fresh. Yeah, I've only played it, I think, maybe 5 times now on stage. We just got it during this tour.
Okay. Hey, Andrew, with your signature look, the whites and the bloody nose. Did the bloody nose happen by accident at some point, and then you were like, "Hey, that looks kind of cool."
That was part of the initial vision I was presented with, so I executed that in a rather painful way. But I have gotten bloody noses on stage by accident, much to my dismay.
Right.
Most of them were accidentally self-inflicted, meaning I kicked myself in my own face. When I was trying to do a very impressive high kick in New Orleans, for example, I saw a friend in the crowd I hadn't seen in years. I said, I'm going to really blow his mind. I'm going to do the highest kick of all. And it was so high that I almost kicked through my own head.
Wow.
But I got a bloody nose. I did break my nose that night as well, which, as you can imagine, is rather painful. But the adrenaline got going and the blood started flowing, and people thought it was all just part of the show.
Hey, listen, man, thanks for getting up early and stopping by. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about partying.
Of course. Have a great time in Philadelphia. And 3 Days Grace on 93.3 WMMR May Day. Pretty cool tune. It is 10:37 a.m. on a Friday morning with the Preston and Steve show. Coming to a close, this radio program is, and I would like to thank a couple of different people. It was nice to have the 6 ABC crew on this morning, Tamala and Aliana. And then we had Mr. Mick Giacchino.
Yeah.
Michael Giacchino's son, his progeny, is carrying on in his footsteps, and he is not carrying on, not like Michael has stopped.
We lost a good one.
Oh my God.
And he has done some great work so far. Scored Penguin on Max, currently working on Skeleton Crew on Disney Plus. And in fact, season 1, episode 7 comes out on Tuesday. He was a super nice guy, just like his dad.
You know, and honestly, if you look at if he were to put on glasses, he would look exactly like his father.
Like him, yeah. We'd like to welcome Pierre Robert to the studio.
Day citizens, how are we today?
It's uncanny. You said
it's just like it. It's Ryan Shuttleworth.
Hey. Hi, friends. How are you? There was an uncanny rumor he was going to appear, so he appeared.
Yeah, and we have Ryan is holding a gigantic photo of Pierre.
A cutout.
That was when the Phils were populating these seats with quote unquote. Well, he's a celebrity.
Well, yeah, when in COVID, they would put pictures of people.
I need more Slayer news. I was in the Slayer mosh pit, citizens.
So he, the reason we thought he was coming in was because Coob was here yesterday, and he's like, "I'm here for one day only," and I just assumed, but no. He's back. Pierre's back.
He's back. He's right here. The workforce blocks the coffee break, and now it's turning into something else. I don't know. I need more coffee myself. Hey, guys, Happy New Year.
Nice to see you, Ryan. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Yeah.
So how long are you here?
Yeah.
That's a great question.
You don't know?
No, so I'm in for Pierre today. He will be back on Monday. So I was filling in for the remainder of the week. We had a Flyers game yesterday, so I had to do that. I don't know what planet I'm on at this point.
Yeah, you're working hard. And listen, you're in the trenches. Nick has recounted, and a number of other people who have served in your position. It's a lot to handle when you're dealing with Mr. Robert and producing the show.
Oh, it's a wonderful time. I came into this gig an alcoholic, so what the hell? I'll live it as well.
All right, that's a good way to look at it. All right, we're going to ask you for the letter of the day. Ready?
I am well aware and prepared.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
O, as in orange.
All right, that's not even a word.
Oh, so sorry.
All right, we'll take caller number 6, 215-263 WMMR, and you got a shot at winning our Word of the Week prize. So only 2 letters, and call right now. And we'll see if you can win. So, it's Friday. What you going to do?
Well, it's a no sad bro occasion. We'll get to that. So happiness
Thank you.
all around.
I've not said no sad bro one time today. Thank you
because
for
we're
that.
screwed up because it's just a 2-day week.
Yep.
We got it. It's covered.
Yep.
No sadness to be had. We'll get to the coffee break after this. Workforce blocks. John Paul Jones celebrating a birthday. So we'll get to some Led Zeppelin. Dancing numbers from the Struts. We'll get to some Muse and see where the hell we go from there.
Nice.
I like it. You can call Ryan with your suggestions and check in and let him know what's on your mind. So we're looking for caller number 6, which we'll have up here momentarily, and see if we can figure out what that word of the week is. And we got him on the line. It's Jim. Hey, Jim, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Jim, if you know the word of the week, we got a word of the week prize for you. What is it?
Let's go.
Go! Yes! G-O. That's correct, Jim. And you will not just be going to the Philadelphia Auto Show. You are going to the Black Tie Tailgate. It's a really cool party. Friday, January 10th. So we're going to set you up, my man. All right?
This is so cool. My wife was like, we should go to that.
Well, there you're going.
Done. We're going to save you all the money. Hang on the line, bud. We'll get your information. Tickets available at PhillyAutoShow.com. I would like to take this moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets. Fresh foods, local flavors. Working on next week's show, we do have joining us, which is going to be really cool, Richard Kind will be on the program.
Love him.
Pennsbury alum.
Yes, that's right.
That's right. He's in the Hall of Fame.
He's in the Hall of Fame and friends with Michael Giacchino as well.
He's on Broadway right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's doing the show with John Mulaney. It's called All In, and we'll have a lot to talk to him about.
And of course, he was the voice of Bing Bong and Inside Out. Amazing. We'll do our first Tattoos Day of the year. We'll give away a bunch of stuff. We'll have a good time. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.
Steve.